I would like to welcome you on behalf of the Chilean government and InvestChile, the agency. The Foreign Investment Promotion Agency will welcome you to the inaugural conference of InvestChile 2022 called Shaping the Investment of the Future. This event begins in its sixth version, the most relevant event for foreign investment in our country and also an ideal space for the meeting between the public and private world with a clear objective of clearly thinking together the objective for our country. We want to know about all of those opportunities, the new generation that Chile offers, as well as its role in the challenge of building a more sustainable and inclusive development, especially in a complex global context. We are joined by some of the country's leading authorities, as Gabriel Boric, our president, as well as representatives from different sectors, ambassadors, multilateral entities, and over 100 representatives of foreign companies. Along with them, all of us, and through streaming, there are guests as well. As I told you, we are going to be sharing our first module, and that is to know our vision of our country on foreign investment and its benefits. And we will be hearing the words of the director of InvestChile, Carla Flores, the Minister of Economy, Nicolás Grau, and obviously the President of our Republic, Gabriel Boric. Next, the following module will feature two international experts showing us their global perspective on the economic challenges posed by the international scenario. We will hear from the chief economist and director of the OECD Country Studies, Álvaro Santos Pereira, and the chief economist of the United States Department of State, Emily Blanchard. They will all be joining us. And after that, there's another block, very interesting one. We'll have two panels led by my colleague, Nicolás Paut. And first, we will learn about the cases of international companies developing innovative projects in our country and also contributing with solutions to the global challenges. In the second module, the ministers of energy, mining, and public works will comment on the opportunities that the public investment portfolio offers to foreign investors. We will conclude this event with the intervention by the Minister of Finance, Mario Marcelo, who will tell us about the context, the challenges, and also the projections of the Chilean economy looking towards 2023 now. And as you can see, this will be an interesting, reflective session with plenty of discussion, analyzing the different perspectives and possibilities, and also the potential in our country. Let me remind you that this event, and we are greeting people joining us on the streaming, this is broadcasted by InvestChile.
Invito también a participar, a hacer llegar preguntas, dudas, inquietudes, comentarios.
In our online platforms, we urge you to participate in the conversation by Twitter, following us on our account at InvestChile and using the hashtag InvestChile Forum. We also take the opportunity to thank the technical cooperation of the International Development Bank, which has been crucial for the development of this meeting. With no further ado, we will be reviewing a video telling us more about the challenges around the traction of foreign investment.
Crisis. No word better describes the 21st century.
Are estimated to have had the virus.
We live in a period defined by an unprecedented series of emergencies: health, environmental, economic, and social.
The Russians called a humanitarian operation.
Bombarded with contradictory information, overwhelmed by images of violence and war. We are in the middle of a perfect storm. It has even forced us to take refuge in our homes and explore new ways of connecting to one another, of working and of living. As uncertainty continues to distress the lives of millions across the globe, only one certainty seems clear. The only way to move forward and to grow again is to do so together. The need for profound changes, to look towards a more sustainable future, a future that is more inclusive and diverse, requires both a local and a global transformation. Today, we want to invite you to believe, to dialogue and learn about the path that is opening before our eyes, to dialogue and learn about the path that is opening before our eyes. Chile, you, the world, There is an opportunity waiting to be discovered. Let's discover it together. Welcome to the International InvestChile Forum 2022, Shaping the Investment of the Future.
Bueno, ahí está, muy bienvenidos. Y una de las primeras preguntas que vamos a tener en el día
One of the first questions that we're going to have here is what roles does foreign investment have to play in Chile, and what are the new sectors that have the most potential? And this is one of the topics that we're going to have present here during this morning. So to start with and to refer to that and to kick off the InvestChile 2022, we leave the floor to Clara Flores, Director of the InvestChile. So please give her a round of applause.
¿Esto lo tengo que usar para algo en especial? ¿No? Muy buenos días a todos y todas.
Good morning, everyone, Mr. President, ministers, ambassadors, governors, heads of the services, representatives of embassies and companies, and international organizations, and representatives of important companies, dear friends. On behalf of the entire InvestChile team, I thank you for joining us and welcome you regarding the investment of the international investment in Chile. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Grau and Mr. Marcel, also to Ms. Carla Moreno, who is in charge of the international investment, and the Inter-American Investment Bank, who they're all going to help us. They made it possible to join you today. And of course, I would like to thank every one of you who are participating in InvestChile and who have been here for months, and to make this three-day event a great experience for all of us. We started yesterday with the reception in La Moneda, where they could, all the investors could meet each other and get to know the authorities. And today we have this forum in the morning, and in the afternoon we have over 150 companies participating in different workshops with different ministers. And we are going to talk about digital infrastructure, fintech, circular economy. And we also not only had a lot of different companies involved, but we also have different heads of services that are going to open the dialogue for the private-public partnership. So let me start with, first of all, allow me to begin my words with a reflection that has to do with our recent past. So to talk about something, so 15 years ago, we lived in a different country in the world. Steve Jobs presented the first iPhone. We just started the space race to Mars, and we also started the effects of the subprime crisis. Chile was then a country of 16 million inhabitants, and our GDP per capita was almost $30,000, and each dollar was worth about 500 pesos. Our main business opportunities were traditionally industries such as mining, aquaculture, forestry, and agriculture. At those times, 2/3 of our energy matrix depended on imports of oil, natural gas, and coal, because only 2.4% of our installed capacity corresponded to non-conventional renewable energies. Surely, none of us then would have imagined an event like this. Today, we have over 100 businesses, representatives from 28 countries, and they traveled to Chile to talk about opportunities to invest in green hydrogen, fintech, circular economy, knowledge-based services, technology, and sustainable tourism. So what is Chile today? Why is it creating so much interest? Today, Chile is one of the most attractive emerging economies to invest in renewable energy. There is 29% of electric generation comes from the solar and wind sources. We also the country who produce green hydrogen at the best price on the planet in 2030, and we are a Latin American technological infrastructure hub with more than 4 billion in new projects, and we have over 45% of the world's lithium reserves that are located here. And we also have, we are also going to create a great job opportunities for our people. And we're talking about that these things 15 years ago could not have been imagined for our country. And today we are talking about the great development of our countries thanks to the companies that confide in us and that believed in Chile. And also the state that had the necessary vision to promote those industries, generate the favorable environment for them to develop and establish lasting alliances. So being partners, working together to shape the investment of the future are concepts that you will surely hear several times during this event. And also to talk about development of sectors such as renewable energy and the technology and the knowledge-based services. And there, the investment, foreign investment has been the key. The companies that are coming to the country today are also doing so at a special time when Chile is looking for a different type of growth, more inclusive, more sustainable, and with benefits that reach all its regions and with opportunities that allow its people to fulfill their dreams and have a better quality of life. So we want to equilibrate our needs looking at long-term solutions. So the most important thing is developing social economies to balance our urgent needs and to the concern for the environment, the development of our capacity for the technological revolution occupies a central role. As a country, we have chosen to face this challenge by making changes, but without surprises, renewing trust and strengthening dialogue. So these are the scenarios that are very fragile, with lots of diversity and lots of the things that are happening we might not always understand completely, but we are always looking for the solutions, and they might not always be easy. Even though our debate is talking about being together, we are always also trying to get Chile inserted in the global phenomena and insert Chile into the world scenario. So we want to develop public policies that are agile. We want to get out of the box and look for the innovative solutions. As InvestChile, we are committed to be the political tool that is going to face the challenges of our days. So one of the points are to work in a collaborative manner, and we have focused all our actions in opening dialogue spaces for the private-public partnership and to facilitate conversation, communication, and make it faster and more agile. We have also searched regional governments and ministries and to help them find different investment opportunities with the international companies. And at the same time, we have worked with the public sector and we tried to find the investment projects that are going to be possible for us. At the same time, we are the meeting point for all the international companies that can talk about their doubts, their suggestions, their ideas. The international organisms have been clear, and the flux of the investment is going to not probably be maintained at the same level as in 2021, but with the financial crisis and the war in the Ukraine and with the issues
issues regarding the pandemic and all the issues regarding the crisis that is right now happening, but it made it difficult for companies to locate their companies in the foreign countries. But we are looking for the competition to attract foreign capital, especially in emerging economies like ours that require investment to recover the economies, is increasingly tough. Despite this complex scenario, our central bank recently reported that the flow of foreign direct investment received by Chile between January and September of this year exceeded $14 billion. This figure is higher than the average foreign investment of the last 5 years, and this is close to it's about 6% of our GDP. In this context that presents certain challenges, the fact that foreign investment in Chile has managed to maintain a positive and healthy dynamism is great news. This forum is a sample of that positive outlook and proof that interest in Chile is high and long-standing. But this is not just about the numbers. It's also about talking concrete cases. For example, the Aquafil, an Italian company that a few weeks ago they help with the recycling of the fishing nets. Or, for example, French Group, which settled in our country to recover and clean up sites contaminated by industrial chemicals. Or the case of Fivian, that is innovating the mining company that helps us to recover the hydraulic resources in mining on the large scale. And also the companies that are the WVS that started a data center that is using clean energy and is using cutting-edge energy to clean the hydraulic resources. And I'm also talking about satellite communication that are going to help us connect the whole south of our country. And some concrete examples are many. For example, the company that exports the knowledge work that is happening over 1,300 companies in the world, and also the Mexican company Bimbo in the Ñuble region, which recently inaugurated powered by solar and wind energy, which is just one step of the investment because this company is going to convert Ñuble into its hub of the exportation. So very soon we're going to talk about one of these experiences which talk about turning our country into one of its important stepping stones. And finally, I would like to use an example of our work, maybe one that is less visible but the most important, which is related to the creating of capacities, which makes that better investments are happening in our country. So InvestChile understands that the part of our work is making possible that investment projects become very important to the diversification of our company and that they become installed in our country. So this goes much further than promoting other international opportunities. It's trying to give a boost to developing the capacities, abilities to let our local provider be able to connect with the foreign companies, preparing our people so that they have the knowledge that is necessary to face the technological revolution. And we also want to be competitive in the cutting-edge sectors. And we believe that's our way so that the international investment can be invested in industry that is going to generate benefits, direct benefits to our people. So just as an example, InvestChile gets many public and private capacities. We have capacity in more than 14,000 people in different digital jobs. And many can ask, what are we doing there? We are promoting investment into the human capital to make the investment that are important and create jobs become more important in our country. So we work in two sides of the same coin. We work to find answers for the industry challenges, finding them the talent that they need, but at the same time, we are also answering a higher objective, which is creating more jobs and creating more quality job opportunities for Chilean citizens. Our job is finding quick and flexible possibilities for all these challenges that international companies are facing when dealing with these investment, because lots of competitive issues are being in development. So we have a lot of other options. We have, for example, green hydrogen companies that are being developing. We're talking about clean economy, circular economy, where we're going to give a lot of opportunities, which we are going to talk about in the afternoon. Lots of fintech, where we also have received a lot of boost, which came with the recent approval of the law for the sector, and in services based on knowledge and digital infrastructure. So data does not lie. In 2016, there were only 13 projects in the technology sector, which were about $500 million. Currently, the agency manages 152 projects in the sector and with amount of $6.5 million. So when we see this evolution, we renew our conviction that attracting foreign investment is an intelligent policy, a development tool that can allow us to take significant steps in other high-value sectors as well. And to finish, I would like to give a concrete example of some of the things that we are developing as a company in order to strengthen the dialogue. We are soon going to have attached offices in the United States and Germany in a few days, and this is a part of our development plan in Chile. And we are trying to create a collaborative type of work that is going to strengthen our links and is going to reduce the asymmetry of information, detect new projects, and reactivate those that might be paused. But Chile needs them in order to reactivate its economy, because we want to play an important role in the relationship of the Chilean companies with the foreign investment. So in 2023, we are going to have InvestChile Connects, the first marketplace of its kind, which will allow Chilean providers to offer their services to foreign companies directly through a digital platform, connecting their offer with the needs of foreign companies. In order to decentralize the investment, we are also helping the regional governments, our online platform that helps them connect with the investors. We're trying to let all the regions invest and get contact to investment. So we would like to also talk about the renewed version of InvestChile map, which is going to show different regions of our country. We know that we are living in difficult times for the global economy. Our commitment as an agency is to work harder so that the project of foreign investors materializes in Chile, so that their business in the country grow and extends their positive effects on our business ecosystem, boosting our markets, but also generating concrete benefits and access to the better level of the services and opportunities and benefits for our citizenship, which is going to improve the life of our citizens. So I am inviting you to continue having confidence with us and working with us, and to continue investing with us, so that in 15 more years we can be very proud of the world that we built together. Welcome to the 6th Invest Chile International Forum.
Ahí las palabras de Carla Flores.
There we had Carla Flores, director of InvestChile. A round of applause, because it's important to hear from her in this context, particularly around the decentralization targets. Now let's keep on going. Let me tell you that Chile has moved decidedly on this challenge to recover from the economic crisis post-pandemic, in post-pandemic times, with the country's productivity, employment, and growth in the core. We are going to now leave the floor to the Minister of Economy, Nicolás Grau. Welcome, Minister.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. I don't know if you'll start seeing the presentation at some point. I can already see it down here. Okay, there you have it. I would like to first thank you, everyone, for coming here. I would like to thank all the investors for coming, both to those who traveled to get here and the ones that work in the country managing foreign investment. And I would like to thank the Invest Chile team, particularly to Carla. And let me stop right here. I do not get tired of pointing out how important it is for countries to have institutions, professional institutions, promoting these kind of strategies of investment and to follow them on the long term. It is very complex to have those divisions, those long-term divisions in the state, and having InvestChile as an institution doing that follow-up, tracking that investment, and having a relation with the Ministry of Economy and others, it's hugely important. So I thank you for the commitment, the professionalism, and the state commitment that you have towards this politics. I thank my colleagues, ministers, undersecretaries. I can see the governor. It's good to have regional governors present in this seminar, in this forum. And lastly, I'd like to thank the international community, ambassadors, and our key speakers, keynote speakers, Emily and Alvaro, that you'll be hearing from later. I will give you a presentation that's rather supplementary to what we have heard. Do I get control of the slides, or just you need to tell me how to do it? Okay. What is the button in this? Because this is something special. Okay, what I'm going to talk to you today is the economic context and reasons to invest in Chile. And finally, I'll be speaking about very specific policies, and I'll be focusing on green hydrogen as one of the examples that you'll be hearing from these days. A little about our numbers. We are a country around $16 per capita. Of course, it's a little higher in terms of sales. We are having a positive year around direct foreign investment, 14 billion. We have good indexes of human capital, and it's a country that's rather competitive. The matters of digital economy are important, as Carla pointed out, but Chile is a country that's leading digital economy, not only due to its infrastructure in matters such as fiber optics and 5G, but investment on data centers and everything that enables, for instance, for companies that are smaller. The economic context is, of course, very complex worldwide, but I would like to highlight that Chile has done things well. Let me convince all of you about how we've done things well this past years in this particular context. What you can first see on the graph below is that the blue line is comparing the COVID crisis with all of the rest of relevant crises that our economy has had. And what you can see from that crisis is that COVID was deeper. Was a deeper crisis, but if you compare it with one of the 80s, well, that was a little worse, but in comparison to the others, it was a lot worse, but with a very good recovery, a faster recovery than the crisis that we used to have. But this was a recovery with the economic imbalances, with a lot of activity, but delayed or delayed sectors, we are trying to promote that and support companies, medium-sized companies, at the same time taking care of the inflation pressures, because we had a liquidity crisis during 2021, which created economic imbalances. So we needed to help the delayed sectors without leaving aside the overall situation. As you can see on the graph on top, despite we have a high level of inflation this past months, we've managed to contain that inflation, and we are seeing a drop. At the same time, we've managed to sustain employment, and as Carla stated, we've managed to keep investment upwards with the high interest rate. And at a moment when you want to contain inflation is, of course, a challenge. But as a summary, we are a government that's managed to handle this economic situation filled with challenges. It started with containing inflation, supporting the groups that stayed behind, and managing to decouple and disconnect the fall in consumption that was needed to contain inflation regarding the sustained levels of employment. That is on the macro side. We'll have a presentation this afternoon by the minister with plenty more details. Why Chile? Why investing in Chile? Let me give you 3 reasons that, in our judgment, are key. The first one is that Chile has a leadership as part of the emerging economies, even beyond them, in terms of its economic, environmental commitments, all of this in a package under the framework law for climate change that forces us as a state, not only as a government, but as a state, it demands us to move to carbon neutrality and sets the target from now to 2050. The good news is that Chile is a country that, in these tremendous challenges that we're facing worldwide regarding moving towards a green economy, Chile, with the most of its products, is indispensable for that transition to a green economy. We are going to be an economy that's going to play with the environmental commitment, with the economic dynamism, as very little other economies around the world, which is key for the next 10, 20, 30 years, which are the horizons that you're looking for in your investment. The second is that we have very positive enabling conditions. The data centers that have been installed in Chile are being installed, among other reasons, because we have access to clean energy. As our minister said, Bimbo, that's placed or implemented in Chillán, has access to clean energies. At the same time, we have a very strong access to digital technologies with 5G and fiber optics, that, along with our university and our knowledge, that's an enabling factor to investment and growth. All countries, particularly unequal countries such as ours, will face political, geopolitical tensions, but our distinction or differentiating factor is not in having those, but how we channel those, how we put some order in democracy, and with the proper channels. Our country has proven that's able to do that. So it's not only a positive environment for your investment, with all of the opportunities facing moving alongside the crisis, but with a strong institutional capability facing the challenges in the future. Of course, this is not enough. Favorable conditions in the long term must also be supported with the concrete short-term measures helping to leverage investment so as to face this economic cycle that's unquestionably challenging. Probably the most important action that we've taken during this year is the creation of this agenda that we implemented together with the Ministry of Finance. This is a 28-measure agenda that's taking the entire project cycle from the very beginning, when the project is being studied in a foreign country, for instance, and the different stages. So the assessment and sectoral permits, where we are moving forward, and the final part where you already have all the permits, but you need to take that final leap. You need the financing and make the decision as a company so as to do the investment. So we take the entire life of the project, and those 28 measures positively impact every one of those phases. We are working with InvestChile program to be closer to your headquarters. We are strengthening and improving our process of permit issuance, particularly around different sectors. So what happens after the environmental studies, and we need much progress in that area. We need to be better. We'll have a one-stop shop service with an institution under the state that demands that each one of the services in the sector complies with the permits, such as SCE does it with the environmental area. We are going to improve public investment. That's, of course, hugely important. We're trying to make more agile all of the bureaucracy in the state so that all of the red tape, we're trying to cut it off so that we are making progress. In the case of construction, the contracts in this industry were not prepared for inflation or for the inflation rates that we've suffered this year. So we've adapted quickly as government through the Ministry of Public Works and the Ministry of the Environment to make those contracts more flexible, so to strengthen the industry. That's very key for the dynamism of the industry, and also associated to that and associated to the tax reform that's being worked at in the ministry. We are promoting a set of tax measures, a package of $500 million that should be awarded during 2023, which will allow you to subscribe with your projects, and if you are more green or if you are stronger as a project, you will gain access to those funds. So we are working with the tax reforms to put it in the present context. We've had a good investment year, but we need to bring in more. We need to make this cycle disappear quickly or as fast as possible, and fastly bring in the future, which can be done through this initiative. Finally, I would like to point out these two programs. These are state policies, but also relevant for you because they provide a better context for this sort of investment in the country. Our government, and this was just approved under the budget law that will operate since 2023. This is a very important leap in science, knowledge, and technology investment, despite all of the difficulties that we're facing and the inequalities. And I don't know if I greeted you, Mr. President, in my presentation in the beginning. No? Oh, I just named you, and I remember that. Oh, well, how are you, Mr. President? Thank you for joining us in this important event. I imagine many of you already have their bosses here, so you know a mistake like that can cause. So feel a little sympathy for me. What I was going to say, it was the huge commitment that our country has had through the president in this long-term investment, important investment, and not only a quantitative leap that's relevant, with 13% growth, but also focused on all the challenges that we're facing as a country, as the world, resilience to the climate crisis and the environmental impact, productive decentralization. So it's more expensive, but focused on the challenges in the country. So we've coordinated different ministries, economy, science, environment, Corfo, and also mining. So we are adding to this important work. Mining continues to be, and probably will be for a long time, the greatest source of investment for our country. So this is an important effort that we're making, and it will be relevant for all of you because when we invest in these challenges, surely there are better conditions for all of you. Let me finish by telling you a little about green hydrogen, which is the production sector that's the newest and promoted stronger in our country. This is a contribution to the fight, to the struggle of the climate crisis, and also a contribution to the long-term strategy to reducing carbon emissions. So this map is only to show you the vast amount of projects that are being discussed and entering our assessment system. There are two important areas, one in Magallanes region and other in the north of the country, which will hopefully bring a positive impact, not only around investment, but also for the communities we want. Oh, I skipped it. Okay, I'll just leave it there. And with this, I finish. We want investment in green hydrogen, not only elevate our investment numbers, as it will surely do, but also to improve the life quality of the people in those places. We want to improve the life quality in Magallanes, in Tocopilla. We want that to happen throughout the country, which is why we are having these discussions with you, and we'll continue having them so we can have that balanced growth structure, and that the first wave of investment creates enthusiasm in these communities and not have potential social and environmental conflicts. We are sure that we are ready to do that. We are seeing good efforts from the companies and a good attitude from them, and I'm sure they understand that in the state you can find an ally to build this public-private relation for great investment opportunities, great business opportunities, and improve the life quality of people in our country. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, ministro, por sus palabras.
Thank you, Minister, for your words and for that key review and those graphs showing us the 36 potential projects of green hydrogen. Very interesting to explore. As you know, probably the future of investments in our country is there. Are we ready? This is the moment where we'll hear from the President of the Republic, President Gabriel Boric. So we open the floor, and then we'll have the possibility to listen to him.
Thank you very much thank you very much everyone for being here. All the representatives of all our countries and all the authorities, governmental authorities, especially Carla Flores for the leadership that she's been practicing in InvestChile, and all the work that she has done that we can see through her words. And I think it also represents something that is very valuable in Chile, and we can always see it from different angles, and that's the continuity of the state policies, which regardless of each government having right to have different politics and different rules, but we all continue in the same vein, and that is to have the positive effects, and so that we are looking for the perspective that is going to be long-term perspective, and the state and the Chilean companies are very important. They find it very important, and I would like to thank the Minister Grau for his presentation, because it shows a conviction that our whole government has to generate programs and incentives that are going to mark the difference at the time of investment, which you can see in our agenda pro-inversion that we are also trying to boost from the Ministry of Economy and Finance. And also I would like to greet all the representatives of the foreign companies that decided to invest in Chile. And I would like to transmit, first of all, the optimism. The videos that you show at the beginning, it was very scary, very dark. But when I traveled through Chile, and despite of everything that sometimes the surveys can say, I can see a lot of potential. We have in our country a great amount of opportunities and institutional solidity that allows us to do things well, and we have opportunity to do things well, and that's why we have to agree to make a move forward, to make a leap forward, that I think that is going to improve the quality of life of our people, but it's also going to be a great support for the world. So in our objective to achieve that, we want to reactivate the economy. And to reactivate the economy, the foreign investment fulfills a great role that is very important. Higher investment is the synonymous of more jobs, which are going to bring back tranquility, peace to many families that during the issues that our economy is suffering now due to the pandemic and the issues with the global economy, they have suffered a lot. We have to remember that behind all these numbers, behind all these presentations, there are people made of bones and muscle, and they are working with, and we have to make sure that we do don't endanger them. I know that the foreign investors from our friend countries see Chile as a very important point for the investment, and I also would like to connect it with what we were talking previously about countries' image. I was in Thailand in APEC Forum just a few months ago. And APEC is a great moment for the relation of different economies. It was created in 1989. It was, and the first forum was in 1994. From 1994 until now, we have increased over 10 times our exchange with the countries pertaining to APEC. So when I talk to the Prime Minister of Japan or Australia or the President of China or the President of France, because France was a country that was invited to APEC, I could see the value that people have, the respect that people have toward Chile. We don't build that kind of trust in 1 or 2 years or from one government to another. This is a long-term project. So if nowadays we can diversify our export and our production metrics, we're still on the way to improving it. Chile becomes an attractive destination for the investment, for the work, the long-term work from different governments, because we, our professionals in the public sector have built that respect, and especially workers that are making our country a very respected country. But on top of all that, I would like to confirm something. You can invest in Chile peacefully. In our country, the rules are clear. We are a country that is very easy to predict what's going to happen. I like surprises in life, but not in the politics. In private life, surprises are great, but in politics, you want something to be stable. You don't want new inventions. You don't want to have changes all the time. You want countries that can give you a long-term stability. And the principal guarantee that we can give you now regarding the social crisis that Chile lived some time ago in 2019 is that in our country, the problems of the social agreement, the challenges of the democracy that we have, we always solve with more democracy, not with less. So that could mean that we might take a longer road, but I can tell you that that longer path is going to be the one that is going to give a long-term solutions, because stability is built through the legitimacy and social balance. So it's very important with the constituent discussion that we're having now, and I can tell you I can guarantee to you that in our country the rules are respected, that discussions and debates that we have can be very heated at the moment, but the decisions and definitions that we made are always going to make us a country that is going to comply with the rules that we committed to comply. So this country has gained a lot of recognition on international level. So our government has to fulfill that mission as well. This mission and this work has turned us into a foreign investment destination, despite all the problems that the economy is living now. And during the first 3 quarters of this year, it has improved significantly the investment over the last 5 years. It's also important to say that the long-term investment in the world has to be compliant with the international law. So there is an initiative that the President Biden has started with the European community to start the global taxes, so that we don't have any kind of competition in which country you can get better return, and so that you invest in different countries. We want to create a global system that is going to give us equality, that is going to be global. So what we have realized in this world that is hyper-connected is, and this is something that we cannot get tired of repeating, or we are going to get safe together, or we're all going to go down separately. And what puts our country on the map is trying to avoid the crisis of stability. And because of that, we need to think globally in political terms as well. I want to tell you that for us, as a government, we are exactly focused on creating this climate of stability to especially reconstruct the trust, because we need to reconstruct the trust, because trust is very damaged in the whole world, in a private, in a public sector, between the political parties, between people and their institutions. So in order to prosper as a country, we have to recover the trust. And what I want to tell you that we are working that, and we do that through the dialogue and more dialogue. Sometimes I insist the dialogue might seem a long or more difficult path to take, but I am convinced that it's the one that is worth it. And these situations like today, that was created by InvestChile, it was created exactly for that. After this, I'm going to the Maipú area to talk about elderly citizens, together with one of my colleagues that I've learned a lot from my colleague, ex-president of Uruguay, Pepe Mujica, and we are going to talk about pension reform with the elderly people in the area of Maipú. The dialogue needs to be held at every level of society. As you can see, as I spoke with the governor of the Araucanía, with 23 mayors, when we a few weeks ago spoke together to approach issues and challenges that our country has. So we have to consider and not take, we have to consider all the differences that we have, but we cannot let them stop us. So, for example, Luciano is a person who is right-wing, and we are the government that is a combination of the left wing and the central left wing. But I think that Luciano and I have no issues working together to help our country move forward. We have to start thinking. We cannot look at the things just from one side, and we have to think of working together. So what is the importance of foreign investment? In Chile, there are over 70,000 foreign investment companies here, and people immediately think, if you tell foreign company, they think McDonald's. No, we are here talking about 52% of those companies are big companies, but 48% are small or medium-sized companies. And recently, we were in Mexico, and there I could see Chilean companies, some of them technology, some of them food companies, small companies that were investing abroad. They were opening their, so I was thinking about those small companies, medium companies that are also investing in Chile, because the investment ecosystem of the foreign investment in the world is very heterogeneous. It's very big. So that's important to mention. Those 70,000 companies are 9.7% of our country. So, and those that might look, even though it might look small, it's fundamental for Chilean economy, because the fiscal income is almost half of the income that we get. It's almost 30% of the jobs that they offer, and they also help to export our products. So that's also an incentive for our own companies and our own industries. And one of the things that international investment has is that it can help the technology transference and learning so that all our startups can learn from. So to say that it improves the productive company, it also improves the investigation, development, the capacity that we have had to train our people, and it's been like that for decades. It has a great impact on our country. I liked very much what Carla said when she said, let's think about Chile 15 years ago. So when I think about it, I started university 18 years ago, not that long ago. I'm a very young president, and when I started, I didn't have a cell phone, and now it would be unthinkable to start university without a cell phone. How we changed our way of teaching, of relation with people, we adopted it to the new technologies, and it's a very important challenge for all the representatives for OECD and OECD, and we are going to ask their help to improve our educational system due to the gap that was produced during the pandemic. We're not here talking about capital, about big numbers. We are talking about training, education. And we know that one of the challenges that we have in Chile is exactly to improve the creation of the talent, formation of the talent, because the talent is distributed all over our country, but we don't have good state politics, or we have lacking state policies that provide same opportunities for everyone, and we have to work on that. Chile, as I said, had traveled a long way to become a place that is good to invest, and now we are in a situation to tell the world that our ambition is to project with new strength, to project ourselves as a hub of the solutions for the future. So green solutions, technological solutions, solutions that are inclusive. From the innovation, and that's why we are talking so much about investigation and development, because we are trying new solutions, because we have some of the issues with the politics are that political cycles are shorter, very short, so they don't carry well the projects that are long-term projects. So that's why I have to develop the politics that maybe are not beneficial for me, because they won't come to fruition during my presidency, but we want to reinvest into big companies, for example, like in Codelco, which is one of the biggest companies in Chile, and not squeeze all the money out of it. So what we want to think is to think more beyond next elections, and as a government, we are going to defend this position. It's the innovation that we are going to do, and we are going to support the sustainable development of our country to create a green economy, economy that gives equal rights to people, that gives equal opportunities. And we can see that when we look at, for example, the specific examples such as foreign investment. For example, Amazon, that deployment, and Amazon Web Services in the last 6 years here in Chile has had great deployment. They have $200,000 investment for the data center that is going to help the isolated areas in the south of our country. So this was made possible through the work of InvestChile, which positioned our country as a technological point of the South America. I think somebody mentioned the area of Nubla. I think I saw the governor of Nubla. So I find that very interesting, the region of Nubla. The investment in technology or technological vision of the country is not just done in the capital. We are also diversifying it. So we have we have a cable that is in the Humboldt Channel. So another example is the new example of the distribution center of Mercado Libre, which was recently opened in Colina, and it's going to create thousands of jobs, and it's completely powered by renewable energy. So it's going to give us all the opportunities that the green hydrogen is creating for us, and we have a lot that we can give to the world, and it has been a great point of interest for everyone. Chile needs the world, and the world needs Chile, because we have resources that are important, but not just natural resources. Everybody talks about lithium, copper for the electromobility, and green hydrogen. But I want to also talk about Chilean talent. I want to talk about Chilean culture. I want to talk about the exchange that is not only commercial exchange. The exchange that we can give as a country is also art, literature, democracy, which are issues that are maybe not that tangible, but they have added value. Recently, I was in Thailand, and from Thailand, we did a stopover in Auckland, in New Zealand. And in Thailand, I was given a book translated to Thailandese by Pablo Neruda, and in Auckland, the ambassador gave me the Maori version of Gabriela Mistral. So I think this is a very important value that Chile gives. We talk about our Nobel Prize winners. You are investing here in Chile, but I also invite you to immerse yourself into Chilean culture that is extremely rich. And I would like to use this moment to also celebrate with you two notices that is exactly focused on the foreign investment and the Chilean commercial exits. First of all, I would like to communicate, I think we have a national media as well, that this Friday, our Chancellor, Paulo Orejola, will travel to Brussels to close and sign the political agreement that modernizes our association with the European Union. I think that's a great news for the European Union, because we share with them not only the commercial exchange, very robust, but we also have values that we share. And I think it's very important to highlight them. It was an interesting process regarding the negotiation of this modernization agreement. We were quite criticized because of this, because our government said we would like to check these parts, we would like to defend some issues regarding our development model, and I would like to also mention Subsecretary Jose Miguel Ahumada, who, in my opinion, played a very important role for this project that today finishes successfully. Thank you very much. And secondly, as Carla mentioned, I would like to celebrate that this month is going to become official the incorporation of the attachés, investment attachés in America and in Europe, in Washington and in Berlin. And so we are going to move further with our investment agenda, because usually cultural activities are usually decided arbitrarily by the President of the Republic, sometimes because the political parties ask for that. But we decided to innovate it, and we made a bid in which different, we were going to have Vanessa Severin and who have been the part of the Beatriz Herrera, and they're going to become the part of our InvestChile is going to have 60% of the stock of the international investment, and these international investment are going to become the national policy, and also these attaches of the foreign investment are also going to have an attaché who is thinking of collaborating in new model of development, green and inclusive, that we want to boost here in Chile. So that way we are going to be able to dialogue with other countries about these challenges. And to finish, as a country, emerging country, we have important challenges. So it wouldn't make sense if I just came to tell you that Chile is a paradise on earth, because there are lots of things that we can improve. And the investment that is going to be created by these international companies help us. So I was talking about creation of the talent. We have to work more on finding talent in every part of our country. It cannot be that due to the deficient educational system that is centralized, we lose young people who do not even know that they are thinking outside of the box, and they are losing their opportunities. We also have a challenge in agilizing the investment, especially regarding the permits, which I have talked with many investors, and we know that the permits in Chile are extremely long, and they create uncertainty that is not good for us. So we have created a great part that is going to help us synthesize this bureaucracy, and they are going to help us create and make possible this development. They are going to help us. As you know, in many countries it's important to make it agile, to agilize it, to just make that national monuments do not take such a long time to give different to basically, so we want to make it more agile. We have to, with Minister Rojas, Minister Grau, Minister Marcel, have very important tasks that I'm sure that they're going to fulfill successfully. And also the talents and opportunities for the investment are not just, as you could see, regarding the green hydrogen. They're all throughout our country, and due to our beautiful country, beautiful geography, we create a lot. We have a lot of opportunities from the winds. That's why we have wind power plants in the Magallanes area, or I don't know if you have seen the Hill Dominador with the solar panels that collect energy, and we also have the driest desert and the salt flats. And then we also have the vineyards in the central area, and we have the longest coast in the world. So we have so many opportunities lengthwise in our country. So we have the great possibility to create better incorporation of the communities where we create investment. And we have the challenge regarding the infrastructure. We are lagging with the ports, with the harbors. We have to make we have to take decision. We have to decide to respect the communities and considering the sustainability, but we cannot continue delaying the San Antonio harbor. We have to create more harbors in the north of Chile. Peru, we cannot think about being competitors with our brother countries, with our neighbor countries. We have to think about sharing the Pacific. So Chile needs to invest into infrastructure, into trains, in the railway to make it possible for the trains to come to the ports and to have also 5G, optic fiber. We have to think about it. I recently had a meeting with the IPS, and I don't know what's exact acronym, which the President Fry was its public investment chancellor, and we are working on the long-term investment into infrastructure in our country, which is going to be the challenge for the investment. And finally, talking about challenges, we're talking about the institutional responsibilities. We politicians cannot detach themselves from these conversations, so we need to have them reaching an agreement soon, like this week, about the constituent process to create a new social pact so that our country is legitimate in the eyes of our population. So finally, to finish, the challenges that the world is offering us, we have to together forge a vision of the future. The work in which state and the private work together in order to help our people. So I invite you, esteemed visitors, to see Chile as a partner in which you can see Latin America and the world, and the place where you have new technologies and where you can get into a dynamic ecosystem that is innovative, but at the same time is stable and trustworthy. So we want to create opportunities that improve the life of our people and together make a leap toward future. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, presidente, por sus palabras.
Thank you so much, President, for your words. We thank you for your presence in this event. Greetings to all the authorities. As you commented, we know you have to leave for another activity, another official activity, but you've left us with important news with this update on the agreement with the European Union in force since 2003. So in the context of InvestChile, you've delivered this news. And because of that, as we know, you've had an important role in that. We want to give a round of applause to you and other authorities who are also participating in InvestChile 2022. Chancellor Antonia Urrejola, also with us today. A round of applause to her. We also want to take the chance to greet our Minister of Mining with important strategies for the country, and the President also talked about environmental standards, which is also key. That Maisa Rojas is joining us from the Ministry of the Environment. We also want to greet the Ministry of National Goods, Mr. Toro, also the Undersecretary in the quality of Deputy of the Ministry of Public Works. Thank you for joining us. Also joining us, the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Finance, Claudia Sangüesa, also here with us. A round of applause for all of them. As we said, this has been a morning of discussion to understand the place of our country, but also around the targets, promoting all of our potential, but also with the confirmation of the modernization of our agreement with the European Union. But we are going to continue. We've heard mainly about the government's vision and how to promote the arrival of foreign investment and also make the most of the strategic natural benefits, the development strategies and the talents, as we have heard speak about this morning in the context of climate crisis. Our country sees great opportunities. As a consequence of this, we want to see what's happened and what's coming. For that, we'll hear from two expert perspectives linked to economy. And as the lead characters in this post-pandemic and post-COVID world and recession world, we know that we are living in a very tough context. Coming from Europe, linking with what the president recently announced, we'll hear from the OECD perspective and another perspective from the US under the State Department representative of the country. Up next, the chief economist and director of the country studies, Álvaro Santos Pereira. He has a BA in economics from the University of Coimbra and a master's degree from Exeter University, also a PhD in economics from Simon Fraser University. Before joining the OECD, he was a minister of economy and employment in Portugal, and he was in charge of an important program of economic and labor reform. So, very welcome. He's now on stage. We'll give the floor to him. And again, we thank Mr. President who is leaving us to participate in another official activity. Welcome. Good morning, everyone, President, ministers, and all our guests. I will speak a mix between Portuguese and Spanish. I will try to speak about how we are seeing from the OECD the global situation first, and then I will address Latin America, then Chile, and then the challenges for foreign investment in Chile, and also internationally what you must do to improve competitiveness. We've presented weeks ago our economic perspective for the world, and we started with this. What's happened with the war and what's still happening with the war is that there's an energy crisis, one of the largest that we have seen in the past decades. We'll see the expenses that we have in terms of energy in the next slide. Can you? Could you please move to the next slide? I'll try to explain, and we'll see if it works later. But we have seen two energy shocks in the past years, in the 70s and in the 80s before this one. And now we're consuming as much energy as we did in the 70s and 80s, but in terms of natural gas and electricity generation and other sources of energy around the world, we are spending in the OECD and the rest of the world. We're consuming much more in GDP terms as it was being spent. So what happens is that we have slowdown of the economic system. Can you put it on screen, please? No? Okay, I will speak and then we'll see if we can get the slides. There you have it. Excellent. So, the previous one, please. This is what happens with inflation pressures. We are foreseeing that, and we're seeing that in almost every country, over 60–70% of the commodities and services in the countries are growing over 6–7% a year. So there's an inflation that's too big. Sure, in Chile, as the minister said before, it happens, but also around the world. And that's one of the biggest challenges that we are approaching. And the next slide is about the situation. When we speak of inflation, we are speaking of a big drop in people's salaries. So we are seeing losses in consumption or purchase power. In historical terms, this is very high. And there was what we see in Hungary is that the minimum salary has increased because of the recent elections, but for the rest, we're seeing a very high price and general, and this is our priority. This is our forecast for the global economy. We are seeing a slowdown of the world growth near 2.1%. When the global economy is growing well, it must grow near 3% or 4% next year. We're foreseeing 2% growth, so it's very, very low. But at the end of next year, that will start to improve, and hopefully for 2024, we'll see a growth that's near 3%, probably 2.7, which is why we will try to address this deceleration. But we are not foreseeing a recession in the United States. We are not foreseeing recession in Europe in the next 2 or 3 quarters, maybe, but not globally, and that's good news for Chile. I will later address China in the afternoon because I understand it's important for Chile. But what we are foreseeing is precisely that inflation next year will be staying in high rates. In Germany, for instance, there will be an inflation of 8%, which means that the monetary policy in the European Union will be restricted, so the interest rates will stay high in many countries. However, what we're seeing, and what's good news, is that after 2023, at the end of that year and up to 2024, inflation will start to drop, so we'll see better conditions for all companies here in the investment scenario. What about risks? Well, first, energy. We are very concerned about what may happen not only in the south hemisphere but in the global north, what happens with natural gas. And if we have a very cold winter, which is represented by the red line in the graph, what's below the dotted line, that is, if the reserves drop that much, there might be severe disruptions in the energy grid. And if we have a very cold winter next year in the northern hemisphere, we'll surely have higher pressures in the gas markets. The gas market prices will increase even further, and that could make the inflation situation more severe and worsen recession in Europe and the rest of the world. The other risk is the Chinese economy. We're very concerned by 2 reasons. First, because the strict lockdowns that they are facing and quarantine periods are too strict, and we are foreseeing for next year that China will recover 4.6%. This year is the year where China grew the least since the 80s, but we are foreseeing a recovery for next year. And if they start opening more and relaxing their measures in terms of lockdown, but also we are seeing real estate markets seeing a shock in the Chinese economy. There will be an adjustment, but there might be a possibility that the real estate market, because of the private debt, the global market might react a little worse. But another important matter is that we need to increase rates to fight inflation. But of course, if there are families and companies that are too in debt, or it might be households with variable mortgages, which means they're not only paying more for their electricity bills, not only paying more for food, but they're also paying more every month with their mortgage. So that's another difficulty, another challenge for families and for companies, for all of us. You don't need to be in debt, but if you want to invest, if you need to invest, the cost of the debt is higher, and that will present an additional challenge. Something that concerns us highly is that nearly 60% of lower income countries, the poorest countries around the world, 60% of them are at risk of facing a debt crisis or with a high risk of debt crisis. And since the dollar is strengthened and we see a boost in interest rates that will expose to the poorest countries. It's important because we need to keep inflation stuck or at a plateau, but we need a restrictive monetary policy, and in fiscal terms we believe it's important to stay cautious as Chile is doing, and we think they're doing very well. But there are a lot of pressures to help families and companies with very generous fiscal contributions, but those packages can be sustained in countries for a year or so, but we believe people will be in this situation between 3 and 5 years. That means the energy prices will remain high in many countries for 3 to 5 years. And due to packages as this one, spending 2-3% of the GDP in subsidies, well, that's why we'll need more focused measures. And something also very important, as the Minister and the President spoke about, it's about investing in energy security. Is about green technology. It's what it means. And we have the agency of International Energy Agency here as well. And we calculate that we need $2 to $3 trillion in energy, green energies, decarbonization. So it's a huge investment, as you can see, what's needed. But very importantly, in the short term, many countries are contributing and aiding to overcome energy crisis by investing more in conscious energies. But in the mid to long term, we believe that investing in energy security means investing in green transition, which is why it's important to see Chile's leadership in this area, and I will address it later. The President also said something very key, which is about qualifications. This is a graph showing the school closures in poorest countries. In many places, schools being closed was a tragic situation, and we believe that's key in that we try to recover what was lost during the pandemic, but also investing in schooling. We have 3 important messages in our economic outlook. First, keeping markets open, and second, closing the gender gaps that in many countries the unemployment rates is higher for women than for men, and also investing in competences. We are certain that if we want to have a stronger and reformed Chile, we need total priority, as the President stated. President, sure, you can count on the OECD to help on these matters, clearly. Now, about Latin America, we are forecasting that, as in other parts of the world, there will be less dynamism. The next quarter will be tough, as it will happen in other countries, but we are seeing a very long recovery after the middle of the year and a strong recovery towards 2024. Which is good news. The recovery will be more powerful and robust than in other countries in Latin America. But inflation has increased greatly, and expectations existing around inflations can be seen with the red circle. We see that Chilean expectations are lower than in other countries, and that's why we believe inflation will drop. But as it happens, the inflation will affect the most vulnerable parts of the population in Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico, where we can see the richest and the poorest and how they spend more in food and energy. They will have an impact on the poorest people. And that, as we can see, is what inflation will be showing with the gradual deceleration and a positive impact in terms of deceleration of inflation. Hopefully by 2024, inflation will be closer to the target range. I won't be delving into this, otherwise we won't reach Chile. But something that I wanted to address besides the skills, and something that we believe is important for Latin America, is 2 things. The President was saying something about the modernization of the treaty with the European Union. Chile is a leader in terms of open economies around the world, trading economically with other countries in the world, but that doesn't happen in many countries. We don't have a graph for that here, but Latin America, comparatively, to other regions, with the exception of Africa. Latin America is a region where you have an island of added value. And that's why, and there are very impressive graphs that show that with those indicators, we have Europe with plenty of connections to Eastern Europe, where there were no connections years ago. But now there's interesting value chains. But now Africa, Latin America, there's almost no connections. So that's why we see Chile as a leader in the Pacific Alliance and others increasing these existing interconnections and competences. If we speak of inflation, in many cases, we do not have the competences or the skills to move forward. Chile is not as bad as other countries, but there's much room for improvement. There are sectors that can still open and help decrease the barriers, the entry barriers, and increase competences, to lower the prices and cheaper the costs, to make the costs cheaper, which is why we believe it's important to start working on this. And around the Chilean perspectives or the outlook for Chile, the deceleration of growth, something very unique about your country is that in 2021, you saw a fiscal impact that was huge. It wasn't just the package, but also the withdrawals that comprised 7% of the GDP, if I recall correctly. That's something that promoted inflation, which is why the central bank had to act as you saw. But for this conference, something key is about foreign investment, and Chile is one of the countries. If we do this per capita, Chile is the one conducting more foreign investments, and it is very active in this area. Something that I liked much about the president's speech and the minister's speech was the comment on how strong institutions in this country are. We have been discussing this for long, and that is very useful to attract direct foreign investment. But to make a country even more friendly for investment, we believe it's necessary to continue working on several areas. First, regulations and licenses. I know you will discuss this further, and you have been working on this, but we believe it's key, which is why I agreed and commend you for doing that in the government. In many sectors, the entry barriers are very high, and barriers to entrepreneurship. There was an initiative a couple of years ago called Startup Chile, which I think it's very good to increase and boost what happens in entrepreneurship and throughout society, and it's important to continue in those efforts. Also, research and development and renewable energies. Those will be the topics for my final minutes. First, competences. It's important to improve competences and skills in this. This graph shows the comparison between other countries. I think it's better to improve competitiveness processes. We've seen an improvement in the past years, but regulations in Chile continue to be complicated, and they could be simplified. This is a graph that compares, but I am a Latin like you, so we tend to, well, we follow this tradition of making things more complicated than they should be, but that's why it's important to focus on the permits and licenses and regulation being more flexible for all of us. That's something to democratize too, the state, and to bring economy for all the people. That's why the regulation being simpler is key. And I commend you also for the work on this. I've been following Chile very closely for over 8 years now, since I'm working with the OECD, and that's one of the topics that's always been a strong approach in the country, even with the very key report from the Productivity Commission. This has improved on the licensing, in this country, you were one of the worst in the continent. Now you're not, but the municipal licensing and also sectoral licensing are still very complicated. And that's why working on this matter, introducing silence is consent type of procedures, what this means. I don't recall the proper term for it in Spanish, but this is about allowing everything to work smoothly, and investment can be ex post and not ex ante. But not only in central terms, they're better, but we have a governor now here. Regional government must also work so that regions can attract even more investment, and to bring in more investment, we need to have simpler systems in the regions, not more demands, but simplifying the permit processes and licensing processes. There's still room for improvement around regulations affecting international trade and investment. This is about a treatment to foreign suppliers. The Chilean tradition states that if these are large foreign investment or big foreign investments, there's a red carpet. But for smaller investments, the red carpet still does not exist. So that's why you need to continue working to find a more egalitarian treatment, a more equal treatment among different foreign investors. And finally, I believe it's tremendously relevant to support research and investment. We were speaking about that before, as did the minister and the president, and that is a fundamental, paramount area. There's a country that traditionally has invested little in research and development, which is why it's key to move down that path in the next years. We are conducting an FDI quality review of Chile by the OECD. We're working on this. This is a review which assesses the impact of direct foreign investment on trade, but also on productivity and on how doing a transition, how we can have a transition with the least carbon footprint, also to promote a more diverse economy. I'd like to end with something that's also paramount, in my opinion, not only around investment, but one of the topics that we are addressing is green hydrogen. Chile will be a stakeholder, a key stakeholder in many areas, not only in green hydrogen, but also for critical raw materials, which will be absolutely fundamental and improving the value chain in our country, in this country, in mining and critical raw materials, but also improving the energy grids. There must be much investment for conducting the green transition. There are many Chilean households that still don't have the energy efficiency they need, and also, of course, green hydrogen. But I would like to finish with something very quickly. One of the countries that I always have the pleasure to visit is country, and I like and enjoy visiting this country for many reasons. First, because Santiago reminds me of my favorite city around the world, which is Vancouver. I love Santiago. I love the restaurants, walking around the streets, and I love the people very much. But another thing that I like is that, and something that is very distinctive about you in comparison to other countries in the region, is your reform towards, or attitude. You always have this attitude of not being quite satisfied with the way things are, and that's why we've been discussing at OECD with you on how to decrease or close the gaps, reduce inequality, and that's why I commend you for all the tax reforms, but all of your efforts in general. It doesn't matter if you're left or right, is having that reformist behavior and attitude. A country needs that and will need more investment if they have that view. I invite all foreign international investors to look at Chile. I think I don't have any doubts at all that the future in Chile will be even more brighter. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Un fuerte aplauso para Álvaro.
Thank you very much. Big applause for Álvaro Santos Pereira. He is OECD Chief Economist and Director of Country Studies. This was very interesting insight. And now we are going to, okay, so the President is saying goodbye to the presidents. We know that he had, to the minister, sorry, he had another activity plan, so he cannot continue staying with us, but we are going to continue with interesting announcement, especially the economic strategies regarding the European Union. And there is a question that a little bit opens these questions. What are the opportunities that we have regarding post-COVID? It's something that Álvaro Santos mentioned, and we also have the vision and very interesting opinion from the United States. It's the chief economist of the United States Department of State, Emily Blanchard. So, welcome Dr. Blanchard, who graduated from Wesley College and economics, and he also got master's degree and PhD in economics from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. She's a leading expert on international economic policy, an author and editor of publications on international trade and investment, a professor at Dartmouth School of Business, and a research fellow, Center for Economic Policy. So thank you very much. She's going to give us an idea about what is the vision of the United States regarding this. Welcome, Emily.
Many thanks for the opportunity to be here today and to speak with you. My special gratitude, obviously, to and foremost to President Boric for the invitation to join and InvestChile. And of course, Carla, it is an honor. This is an incredible tour de force event. Ministers, ambassadors, and the incredible business leaders and investors from around the world who've gathered here today. It is my great privilege to speak about the policy opportunities and, yes, policy challenges coming out of the COVID pandemic as not only Chile, but we in the world seek to build a greener, more prosperous, more sustainable, and more inclusive model of global economic growth. Clearly, the recent years have been a doozy. There have been massive disruptions from the pandemic and this horrendous virus and the lockdowns that we took to preserve the lives and livelihoods of our peoples, but also the roiling commodity markets spurred by Putin's war of aggression against Ukraine. There's been a lot of tumult. And of course, as the initial video scared us, perhaps, as our President Boric said at the beginning, and presented in far more data-driven terms by my friend Alvaro, as I knew he would give us lots of graphs, and he did. I'm going to try not to do that just for fun, a little variety. It's a tough situation. So my focus in these few minutes of remarks to you is going to be on the post-COVID imperative that we all have in policy to shape the future. It's an incredible challenge, and it's an enormous opportunity. This is complex stuff, and I'm an economics professor by training. So how do we approach this incredibly complicated policy landscape? I like to start with first principles. So I'll make two observations to guide how we discuss the policy opportunities going forward and to give you a sense of the way we're thinking about things in Washington. Observation number one. In the modern economy, goods and increasingly services are fundamentally made in the world. We make things, we make value by combining the time and the talents, the innovation, the ideas, the investments from companies and workers and investors and communities and innovators from all around the world. This is not going to change, and nor should it. Second observation. Now more than ever, consumers, communities, governments, business leaders care not just about what is made in the world, but how it is made. We care about the environmental practices and policies that firms put in place. We care about the prospect for economic inclusion. We care about security. And coming out of COVID and its incredible disruptions to supply chains, we care about whether supply chain linkages, our buyers and our sellers, whether those relationships are reliable and robust. Fundamentally, this throws down the gauntlet for policymakers to answer the call of the private sector to create an enabling environment that allows firms to do business differently, designed for the future. Trusted investors, trusted firms, trusted partnerships in nations and economies around the world stand to reap enormous benefits. The firms and investors, the private sector that does business differently, that is truly greener, more sustainable, more inclusive, and more secure, will earn windfall profits. They will also serve as the river guides to the private sector in the years ahead as companies around the world seek to realize this new model of doing business. So if there are enormous profits, what role for government, right? Can the private sector just do it all? And the short answer there is no. The private sector can do a great deal, but it will need the assistance of governments. So firms and markets coming out of the pandemic, coming out of this last year of roiled and rocky commodity markets, have a whole new imagination for what can go wrong, for the shocks that can disrupt the global economy. And firms have also developed an incredible and impressive new toolbox of measures and adaptations that they can take if and when supply chain disruptions emerge. Business has come a long way. At the same time, consumers and business leaders, policymakers are rightly focused on the existential challenges presented by climate change and the climate crisis. They're focused on human rights abuses and labor practices, and security risks and vulnerabilities that can be embedded in new frontier technologies that, I'll be honest, I find very challenging to understand. Here's the thing. Consumers, firms, buyers, they're increasingly willing to pay for this too. They will pay more. We have differentiation in products, in how they are made, the values with which things are produced. So the private sector can get us much of the way in charting this new, greener future. But now, and I apologize in advance, I'm going to sound like a dismal scientist, economics professor for just a minute. There's every reason to think that the private sector actors aren't going to get it 100% right all the time without the assistance of governments. And that's because fundamentally, there's asymmetric information. There are externalities. The costs of supply chain disruptions, when they do occur, are not fully borne by the individuals making decisions about exactly how much to warehouse production, right? The values embedded in labor practices and environmental content of goods is just very hard to observe. And of course, there's an incredible coordination role that governments need to play in making sure that companies are working together with industries as they need to, or industries are working within business environments so that, for example, when an electric vehicles industry emerges, you also have the charging stations to go with it. This is something only the public sector can do. And so public-private partnership is absolutely essential in crafting this new policy environment for the future. Firms also need dynamic and agile enabling environments to deliver the values-based production and trade that buyers demand. This requires policy clarity. Sometimes it simply requires a swift and transparent regulatory process. Other times, we need incentives and guardrails in place. Governments have always had a robust role to play. This time is fundamentally no different. It's just that the urgency of the challenge, and I would argue the stakes, are higher. Here's the thing. The most important piece of all of this is as governments work together with their private sectors, as we're seeing so fruitfully here in Chile, that coordination needs to extend across borders. It needs to be international because, remember observation 1, goods and services are made in the world. Our collective approach needs to be coordinated and calculated to preserve and to amplify shared prosperity and well-being through diverse, robust, global supply chains. And these will be centered around trusted partners, reliable partnerships, internationally across borders. Again, here, Chile has an incredibly important role to play in the global economy. Early in its tenure, the Biden-Harris administration issued an executive order. And for those of you following along at home, this was EO 14017. And I know that number because we talk about it all the time in Washington. This was an executive order designed to build the resiliency of U.S., of American supply chains, and access to critical inputs, sectors, outputs. But here's the thing. A focal point of that executive order is international engagement with allies and partners. This Biden-Harris administration has been absolutely steadfast from the very beginning in its commitment to work with like-minded economies around the world. And that's exactly what we're doing. A little over a year ago in Rome, at the Supply Chain Ministerial, President Biden outlined a set of pillars, a guide, a cheat sheet for what we would like global supply chains to look like. The pillars were transparency, security, sustainability and inclusivity, and diversity. And again, emphasis there on diversity, recognizing the importance that products need to be made in the world with trusted partners. The United States has quite conspicuously, and I will add expensively, been putting its money where its mouth is. We've taken big steps in the form of the bipartisan infrastructure law, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. In Washington, we call these our three new friends, Bill, CHIP, and IRA. And all of these are working to address emerging challenges. They're key ingredients for building U.S. resiliency and dynamism at home. But critically, they will also, by design, make us a better partner around the world, both economically and politically. They'll combat the profound challenge of the climate crisis, ensure critical national security goals are met, and meet the pressing need to incorporate and increase sustainability environmentally, while also, something that we also desperately need in our nation, continue to build the critical human capital that we need to promote broader social and economic inclusion. We're doing the same thing. We share the same goals and objectives as the Boric administration. The bilateral infrastructure law, and I will not go into deep detail on US legislation, you're welcome. The bilateral infrastructure law makes overdue improvements to our nation's infrastructure, ports, airports, rails, road. These have spillover effects to global supply chains because the US is not just a destination, not just a source, also an entrepot of global trade and innovation. I don't have to explain this to the investors in this room. You know. The bilateral infrastructure law has benefits for the world. Likewise, the CHIPS and Sciences Act promises to transform the future of the global economy in critical technologies, particularly around semiconductors, and increase resilience and reduce vulnerabilities in our supply chains. Critically, and often overlooked, the CHIPS Act, the US CHIPS Act, includes $500 million specifically for investments outside of the United States, outside of our borders, in recognition that to have a strong and thriving semiconductor industry in the United States, we need key partnership both upstream and downstream around the world, and particularly in the Western Hemisphere. There's opportunity there too. Likewise, the Inflation Reduction Act has enormous global spillovers. This is simply the most significant climate legislation to date and it's the single largest investment in climate and clean energy in the United States. For Chile, which has a comparative advantage born of technology, natural resources, unique topology in the green energies of the future, the US's demonstrated focus and spending to accelerate the green transition through innovation, implementation, deployment of new technologies, that is a good thing for investment opportunities right here. It's fundamental. So our modern industrial strategy in the United States, like many countries, is centered on the reality that it is neither feasible nor advisable for every country to produce everything itself domestically. We're both building resilience and capacity at home and forging stronger and more effective partnerships abroad. And again, the key partners around the world will stand to reap the greatest benefits. Chile is very special in this regard. The US government has engaged in efforts to promote our international engagements, including, of course, the US-EU TTC, and hello to our ambassadors from Europe. This is incredibly fruitful. To the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, and hello to ambassadors from the Indo-Pacific. The Mineral Security Partnership, touching economies around the world, and of course, most relevant for this audience is perhaps the very soon to be launched America's Partnership for Economic Prosperity. As some of you are aware, at the Summit of the Americas earlier this year in Los Angeles, President Biden announced APEP, the Americas Partnership, and this is to promote inclusive economic growth, foster innovation, address the climate change through increased public and private investments. This is a forward-looking, ambitious framework for regional cooperation. It's focused on producing concrete, near-term results. We plan to formally launch the APEP very soon, and to preview a little bit what this process will look like, we're going to start with a clear-eyed and ambitious statement of principles, followed this spring by a series of negotiations with binding commitments and at key areas of cooperation, and this will unfold over the course of the next year. Specifically, America's Partnership will grow small and medium-sized businesses critical to fostering inclusive economic growth. They'll build strategic supply chain resilience, particularly in critical industries and sectors. They'll invest in sustainable industries, not least renewable technologies, protect biodiversity, and improve the delivery of public services. The partnership will be designed by partners to reflect the region's priorities, ideas, and visions, and will help ensure that the Western Hemisphere remains in a position among the most dynamic and prosperous regions in the world. Let's zoom in even further, from the Western Hemisphere to where we are today in Chile. Over the past several decades, Chile has demonstrated and earned its strong international reputation for having a competent, consistent, efficient, and transparent institutional governance of its economy. Its geographic location, its abundance of natural resources, its unique topology with a lot of sun and a lot of wind, and talented workforce make Chile an ideal location for developing and deploying a number of important sectors of the future global economy, particularly in renewable energy, solar, wind, green hydrogen. In renewable energy and other sectors, we know, of course, governments don't build it, firms build it. Governments create the enabling environment. So the private sector is key to a vibrant, innovative, and competitive economy. The public and private sectors must, and here I have every confidence, will work hand in glove to build a sustainable, resilient, and equitable future. And here I'm especially glad to applaud and commend the incredibly exciting and forward-leaning steps being taken here in Chile today to not only realize investment opportunities, but also simultaneously to take a serious look at combating economic and gender inequality. This is hard. This is crucial. These efforts to promote diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility are necessary conditions for a strong economy. These don't work at cross purposes. They have to go together. Sustainability is not only environmental, it's social. And here we see policy initiatives to advance economic growth and inclusion in tandem. So, it's been a long morning. This has been fantastic, and I recognize I'm the closing hitter between you and coffee, so I'll offer just a couple of quick remarks to summarize. Last couple of years, really rough. I'm an economist. I could just tell you how grim it is. But right now I have the privilege of also working in policy in a very exciting administration at what I will argue is a truly pivotal time in our nation's history, in the world's history. We have an opportunity to build back better, to do business differently, to bring social inclusion and environmental adaptation together with economic growth. And the demand signal is there from the private sector. For policymakers, we simply need to listen, respond, and enable. The challenge is going to be working across countries, working between the public and private sectors with purpose and pace to address these fundamental challenges that we all face. But again, enormous opportunity. Yes, it's important to learn from the lessons of the past, from the rough past couple of years. We most certainly have. But it is also critical to anticipate what we can shape in the future. So investors and companies and governments that rise to this challenge to work today proactively to support a reimagined vision of trade and investment will benefit from this future and forward thinking. They will do well while doing good. So thank you so much for being a part of this critical conversation. Thank you so much for the invitation to join you here and to learn from you. I look forward to an invigorating day ahead.
Thank you, Emily, for joining us. Hay ahí grandes frases que resuenan. Tenemos la oportunidad de hacer...
There were important phrases that resonate. We have the chance to build back better. As Emily Blanchard told us, Chief Economist of the State Department of the U.S., thank you for joining us. In the meantime, I'll tell you that we'll have a small break, but pay attention, it's only 15 minutes. We're always behind in our agenda as it happens in these events, but it's also the opportunity to be active in our social media. InvestChile.gov.cl is showing the official broadcasting, the official streaming of this event, and you can use also the hashtag InvestChile Forum on Twitter to be a part of the discussion. Social media is also a big part of this event. So 15 minutes and we'll be...
Estamos de regreso, comienza este segundo bloque.
And we are back, commencing this new module, speaking about the future, because we'll hold interesting discussions about modeling or shaping the future. You have all of your media to keep on the discussion. We'll start reflecting around it now. We will give the floor to Nicolas Paut, my colleague, as I told you earlier, and we'll talk about the role of foreign investment in the solutions for the future. Now let's move to the panel. Thank you so much, Viviana. It is a pleasure to me being here along with InvestChile and with all of you talking about the attractiveness in our country, seeing opportunities elsewhere in the world. I would like to start by telling you briefly, about 4 years ago, I was in a sustainability forum in Denmark, and the vice president of BlackRock was there, and that he was asked if they were going to continue investing in industries, fossil fuel industries, as if they depended on it. And they said, well, we'll start to change our portfolio of investment, not because those industries quit being profitable, but because our future customers will be different. And if our customer base changes, we'll have to change as well the way we invest. And why am I telling you this? Because we have 4 company representatives here from different countries who have bet on our country and betting on this different way of doing things, sustainable company, and with technology progress. So it's a win-win situation. I would like to introduce Giulio Bonazzi, CEO of Aquafil Company. What do they do? They manufacture textile fibers from waste as fishing nets. Round of applause for Giulio. Seche Group Chile is a French capital firm specialized in recovering soils that have been polluted with mining activity. Their representative is Marisol Garrido, COO, Chief Operator Officer in our country. Marisol, welcome and thank you for being here. And very similar to what Marisol does is what Marco Miranda does, the general manager in Chile of Fibion, an Australian company specializing in the recovery of hydrological resources from the mining industry, also managing the tailings from the mining activity. Marco Miranda, welcome. All of us here in Chile during the pandemic had to go into a website and request permits for going to the supermarket when we were at home. What was the company that allowed us to issue these permits and mobility passes? It was Amazon Web Services, with much investment in our country. Their public policy manager, Carmina Hernandez, is here with us. Now, the first question, and the most important one, and many people here want your response from it, from an Italian, French, Australian, and American company here. Why did you choose Chile? What was the comparative advantage in our country in comparison to other countries, and why did you decide to invest here? We'll start with you, Julio.
For not speaking Spanish. As you can hear, I'm speaking English. But I don't know whether you are posing the right question. Yes, of course, Chile is a beautiful country, incredibly pristine nature, a lot of natural resources that are making this country really peculiar around the world, and especially beautiful talents, young generation that are strong with the digital economy. But, you know, as a businessman, differently than politicians who have to celebrate past successes, I have to look at what doesn't work well. And please remember, I'm coming from Italy, so you know Italy is not the perfect place around the world. So I'm not saying to benchmark with us, but try please to benchmark with the best of the others. So the right question is why we took so long, how long we took to make our company operational. Is it my company operational here in Chile? What are the problems that we encountered when we came to Chile? What can be done in a better way. And of course, it's very nice to hear that you are signing a new free trade agreement with Europe, but then if I take 30 hours to fly from Europe to Chile, well, Houston, we have a problem. If it is difficult to ship goods from Chile to Europe because of lack of vessels and the cost of transportation is incredibly high, of course, we have another problem.
Julio, ya que lo mencionaste,
Now that you mentioned it, Julio, the modernization of the free trade agreement between Chile and the European Union, the benefits are benefiting directly
Trade agreements, of creating free trade areas from different countries around the world. I don't like barriers, commercial barriers. I believe that they are not helping economies to grow and the private sector to grow faster. But I have to wait until the agreement is signed and to go more in details. But you know, what is difficult for us today is understanding how to put and to align the different regulations and how to make our, let's say, company here working as we expect.
capitales franceses acá también.
We have French capitals also here represented by Marisol. Why did the company choose Chile with a huge level of activity? You have mining activity in several countries, but why Chile? I think it was mentioned by other authorities in prior presentations. And the representative from the OECD, the Sechet family in France recognized in Chile and saw the possibility here of, well, first, seeing stability in the past 30 years, and that what is built in time does not only belong to one government, one administration, but it's a cultural aspect. And despite these recent years, we've had important questioning to our social system, our legislative system, and our political structures. It's always been, and it's always lasted, the respect we have for institutions. So I think that's something that other countries recognize, from Europe in this case, from France more particularly. And that is just one of the reasons, one of the aspects to look at, to say, well, in Chile, right? If the company wants to grow and open borders, we shall grow, but obviously we need to look at country stabilities. Yes, and you dedicate to remediate soils and contaminated soil. I don't know if you know about mining, but there's much work for you. Well, what do you think? I think, yes, of course, there's plenty of work for my colleague also here on stage. Indeed, we at Sechet for over 35 years we've managed waste, dealing with the pollution of the soil. There's another characteristic to Chile, and that is that there's already a statement, a declaration, strategic plan, and circular economy paths that point out the direction for Chile, and that is that they want to move forward in environmental matters and sustainability, in decontaminating the environment. So these social economic aspects converge with this initiative and vision of wanting to move forward in environmental matters comparatively with other countries. And that's why Sechet say there's an opportunity to grow here, because we can put all of our knowledge and experience into circular economy and waste management. You represent two companies that can work hand in hand. Fibion, an Australian company that is all about recovering hydrological resources. What most imperative need do we have? What other need do we have? Well, Australians, when they look outside, when they look abroad, and in Latin America in particular, they look at Chile. They wish to do business here. They want to do business in this country. Chile and Australia have a long-standing business relation. There are Australian mining companies doing strong investment here, and it was no different with our case. When we were looking at the region and countries where we could work, we found among our clients here that desire to innovate and seek new technologies and find partners to bring in technology investments and innovation, but also they could bring into their operations. That so in Chile we began in 2019, 2020, together with CSC Chile, because what I actually had a meeting with them at the time. I presented the project. We wanted to do this. We had just won a contract, and the question was about what to do. Tell us about Chile. Then they presented Chile was easy and with clear working terms. I don't know if easy was the word, but they had clear working terms. So that is the path that we decided to follow. We act locally. We like to know the local culture and what the towns and communities surrounding our projects are interested in. You are Australian, and the mining activity in Australia is huge. You must know it very well. Comparatively to Chile, when you came here and compared it to Australia and maybe other strongly active mining areas, where do you place us in terms of procedures and ways of doing things? Chile has the highest standards in safety, innovation, technology, and that appetite, that desire for something new. And water use as well? Yes, indeed. We are seeing difficult days. We had more rainfall this year. However, the needs in mining are very, very high. We work in particular areas of the mine sites, which are the tailing dams, tailings where saturated water lost due to evaporation or seepage, and that can now be recovered. We can extract that water in the process. So we are not using more fresh water. We are recycling the water that we recover. Great. The idea is that you can then present us the innovations that you're doing in our country. Amazon Web Services now, I can tell you that last week in Las Vegas, they held their annual symposium where they showed the latest trends. And please tell us, Carmina, because I mentioned a very important role that Amazon Web Services played in our country during the pandemic. They basically allowed us to continue working as a society and come out of our houses when we could. But you are based all over the world, and I would like to ask you the same. In comparison to other countries, how does a company like Amazon see Chile at the time? Thank you, Nicolas. I echo the words, and I take the time to greet my colleagues and panel members. I think this is a long-term view. It's about the seriousness and reliability, the trust that we've been building with the country for many years now. We've been present in Chile since 2016, and we have been sustainably investing in order to materialize our presence in the country. We deem Chile as a strategic country in the southern cone, but also within all Latin America. We are investing in a first level of technology infrastructure in 2019, then with a presence in 2020. We wanted to recognize its role in the public-private alliance with the Foundation Data Observatory. We worked with the Observatory. We worked with the Ministry of Sciences. In 2021, we inaugurated a satellite reception antenna. This year, we opened our brand new offices here, and we announced the launching of more robust infrastructure that we call local zone, which should start operating in the beginning of next year. We have that long-term perspective, of course, free trade agreements, and the fact that we are a country that's open to international trade works and serves for the purpose. And from the view of technology and how can technology improve the citizens' lives, the alliance with the state has been key. That's actually very important to mention, because you must work with virtually all state entities in the country in one way or another. We're always talking about digital transformation from the state becoming more agile, more digital. We want, whenever we're doing some paperwork, we want it to go as fast as possible, hopefully not even leaving our houses, but that is not always the case. So how do you see that progress in the country? Well, to me, digital transformation is about a change, well, a paradigm shift and how the state relates to people. And how can we generate more inclusive services, more, well, close services, close to the people, more efficient. You mentioned with the private, well, with this virtual police force offices or the precincts. What they do, what this relation does is it gives families more time so they can spend it doing things they love, outdoors or in leisure time. That's something for the well-being of the country. Right, and well-being is also what you're offering to the country. I would like to ask all of you, what are the investments that you're doing here? We'll start with Julio. Julio, I'd like to tell you that about 12 years ago, CNN Chile, well, interviewed someone with a business that dealt with fishing nets, as you do, but they created skateboards. So I wanted to ask you, with the fishing nets that you're sending, that you're shipping to Slovenia, what do they do? What do these fishing nets become? What is the added value? Tell us, please, about what you're doing.
Well, we're doing differently than those people, because those people are actually still mechanically recycling plastic debris, plastic waste. We are returning to the original building blocks. So it's a more complicated process, a lot of research and development. So we practically decompose the polymer as a waste into the monomers, and then we make a purification. So we can make a pair of sneakers or a backpack of Prada or Gucci or, let's say, other luxury companies, or beautiful sunglasses from Puerto Varas, made by our business partner here locally, Thomas Kimber of Carew. And this system can work infinitely. So it is not just one-time recycling. It's not like bottle to fiber, fiber to grave. We can make textile to textile recycling forever. So theoretically, if you give me back your fishing nets, I can give you some new fishing nets. I don't like it because you don't make money when you make fishing nets, you know. So it's better that they make them in China or Vietnam. So better to sell to Prada and Gucci or Burberry or Stella McCartney, as you can imagine. So we practically destroy the nets, extract the nylon part, send it to Slovenia for regeneration. Also, please remember that most of the fish farming nets are an ugly waste because they are coated with anti-fouling agents. That is copper-based. Copper is coming from Chile, I suppose. So we invented a system that can recover also this copper. So we don't throw anything away. We recycle 100%.
And Julio,
what we get.
Why take it to Slovenia? Why not here?
This is because the chemical part of the process is requiring a lot of capital expenditure and size. So we are not excluding, we would love, of course, to come to Chile and building a depolymerization plant here in Chile, but we need a lot of waste.
No sé si sigue por acá José Miguel Benavente. Ahí está. Bueno, una buena idea.
I don't know if you can find Miguel Benavente in the crowd, but there's a good idea there for investment. Awesome what Julio was telling us about, but I would like to ask you, Marisol and Marco, given that you are virtually working hand in hand, and then I know probably you're working on the same mine sites, right? Well, tell us, what is the state of the art in what you do? Recovering soil, recovering water from the mining activity in very large amounts, and that's also important. Are you creating technology in situ right here in Chile? I know you are importing from the companies that you represent also, but right here, do you have any local application of technology, and is that related to the development? Is there added value in what is manufactured here? Please tell us what you're doing. Marco.
Es fácil, ¿eh?
It isn't easy, as my friend told you, there's much science behind it. We are working on one area of mining that is the last part, right? Everything's been extracted, the copper's out. Well, depends on the client, on the customer, but they deposit it somewhere. And our challenge is to make that into a friendlier process. It's to extract a benefit from that part, which is the end of the mining cycle. We are bringing in technology from abroad, from Australia, but we are using local labor. We are training the forces, and we are sharing the knowledge. It's a technique that's performed by a team, and that technique stays in the country. That is for the customer. And mining companies in Chile see that as a benefit, a sustainable benefit for their operations. It's an added value, another initiative, and an incentive to just leave out that idea that mining is to destroy the environment, or just to have more sustainable environment, taking care of its surroundings. Now, can we go to a scenario in which mining companies can stop worrying about maybe subscribing to water rights or applying to water rights and do all of their operations, for instance, desalinating the water, and can be sustainable? Well, that is the big challenge, because water demand for the mining process is very high, and the value of commodities were never this high. So there's a strong pressure to increase production, but with the same system, the same existing system. So it's true, we can reach to that point where we recirculate all of the water, and you don't need to take more water off the source. Okay, and soil recovery. Oh, now microphone is working. I wanted to say that regarding technologies, Sachet manages different technologies, and in Europe that's been incentivized as well to value residue, value waste, even before they are deposited somewhere, as it happens with tailings, before we have accumulation of those waste for years, value waste, either by reusing the materials, as what Julio is exposing, and then using this again as manufacturing material, making it into another product, and also energy value. When resources are more complex to be reused, turn them into energy. That kind of technologies exist for furniture manufacturing, for packaging, associated to the red law that is going to be enforced in Chile soon. There's also technology to work on the soil. South Africa also has mining technology, and over there they've developed technology that allows us to decontaminate the soil in accelerated time, making it more efficient than other technologies. And that decontamination process, of course, it's not to have more contaminant elements in the soil, but also so that you can use that piece of land for other activities. Yes, indeed, if you manage to cleanse, to decontaminate the piece of land, the plot of land, removing all the hydrocarbons and the metals and all of those dangerous, hazardous substances that are contaminating the site, and change how the material behaved in the first place, could eventually be used to other purposes, for recreation areas, for building houses, other uses. And that's something where today we see an important challenge in the environment. I don't know if the minister is there in the crowd somewhere. Well, the messages will get through eventually. But there's when we see an important challenge about the standards and pushing the general soil law, so that we have regulations promoting these environmental liabilities are dealt with, and we can use all of the available technology that is well known, and all the learnings that we've seen for years in experiences in other places can be used here, and we recover spaces for other purposes. Well, digitalization is, of course, related to resource optimization and optimizing personnel transfers. I don't know if that's part of the novelty or the news that come from Amazon Web Services. Well, following the line of discussion, there's something that we as Amazon and as Amazon Web Services, whom I represent, the technology branch of Amazon, there's something that differentiates us, and it's very characteristic of us and makes me very proud of working here, and it's about sustainable development. We not only have nice words to say, but we've also adopted specific commitments, and we adhere to those. In 2019, as Amazon Group, we co-signed the pledge to become carbon neutral by 2040, 10 years before the Paris Agreement goal. And as part of that pledge, we've also committed to be powered, all of our infrastructure powered by renewable energies from now to 2025, and obviously the renewable energy market, which Chile is leading among the emerging countries, obviously reinforces our presence here, the reason why we're here, and what we are summit here is also the use of water, right? And data centers in general, they use water for the cooling systems. And in that line, we've recently adopted another commitment to become water positive, not only water net, but water positive. And how does this reflect in our practices? Well, we are using specific technologies allowing us to not use water for the cooling of our data centers, or maybe in our Irish or Sweden operations, they have very little consumption of water, and we, on the other hand, to make this water positive reality, we are working with local communities in projects that just make sense, recycling, reuse projects, and of this valued resource, and that is setting a trend throughout our future investments. So I would say that on the sustainability aspect, well, that's rooted in the core of our investments, and that's why Chile makes so much sense as a destination for investment.
So about financing, the new way in which we are making the companies like BlackRock mentioned. So we are here in a forum that talks about investing in Chile. All of you represent companies that have a new way of looking at things. So I would like to ask you, how was it for you? How did you find financing here or in other countries? Because one thing is what you're saying, but then you have to put your money where your mouth is. So you have to make it concrete. So how did you, as a companies, do you feel that it's easier for you to find financing now, exactly because of the objective that you have behind? How about you, Giulio?
You are inviting me to the wedding, because in 2008, one of the CEO of the first 5 largest bank of Europe came to visit me, and I explained to him my vision. And at a certain moment, I said to him, well, because I tell you that when I see a landfill, I see a gold mine. Jumped out, he left the room, and I will never give you. In 6 months, his bank went broken. I'm not, of course, in favor of any bankruptcy in the banking sector, but you remember, it was 2008, the subprime crisis started in USA and then spread all over, what's creating a big financial shortage. So in 2009, we had our share capital investor. Then in 2018, we went to the stock exchange market to let the private equity exiting. Today, I must say, very good reform. The Italian government is tax credit or green investments. Very efficacy to the finance that is immediately coming to you and is helping you, how can I say, to increase your spending in research and development.
Entonces, en el último tiempo ha tenido buena experiencia. Partió mal, pero en el último tiempo ha estado mejor. ¿Y ustedes
So in the last lately, you started poorly, but then you had more success with that. So how about you guys? Did you also? How was it for you to find financing here in other countries? Exactly. Indeed, the experience that you mentioned at the beginning, it's our reality. Maybe 10 or 15 years ago, the business, the treatment, waste treatment, the waste was never didn't have a very good reputation, and anything related with the environment was considered something maybe even risky for the investors. And nowadays, the investors are asking for your ISG factors, and they're actually looking for you how sustainable in time is your business, and the environmental indicators and environmental topics, and for example, the way how you relate with the communities and the territories where you're working. So it's making business. Yeah. So it's making. Sorry, could you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So nowadays we're not talking anymore about sustainability that is economic, but we already understand that businesses, that all the indexes and everything and surveys that say that the businesses that are environmentally sustainable had better results long term, and economic results much better. Just an anecdote, last week I went to an activity where they were measuring the carbon footprint. I asked them, is this going to go into your sustainability report book, 200 pages book that I don't know how many people read it? And they said, yes, there are people who read it. The banks read it, the financing company read it, so that they can see what your sustainability report says is actually performed. And if you don't do it, then you are going to either pay higher prices or you're not going to get the financing. Because nowadays it's not just about slogans. If you say that your sustainability report is you're going to plant 5,000 trees for this activity, if you don't comply with that, we're just going to leave the negotiation. It is like that. That's why I separated in two parts. First, when we are looking for the investment, the first is where do you want to invest? Why Chile? Why did you choose Chile? That's factor number one. It's very important for us. It's very important for us because Chile is a stable country. It's a well-renowned country. It has all the good commercial business networks, even with Australia. So we can bring our investment from our country to Chile. And the second point is, as you mentioned, the banks nowadays, they don't have any cold option anymore. They're not so cold-hearted. They want to know what we're doing. How do we do it? What do we see in the future? Okay, we can lend you this much money, but what are you going to do with that? Where are you going to put those amounts in? So we have to have a track records of those values. And nowadays, the mentality in general is changing. And so we have to think about it in a very positive way. And I think that the Amazon has a very long debit line. You can yes, I can start with this question from both. Like, first of all, where do we invest our profit? And that about put your money where your mouth is. Since 2020, we are the biggest company buyer of the renewable energy. So we are building infrastructure, and at the same time, we are thinking where we can invest it regarding renewable energy, and also hopefully with wind plants or solar energy. And those are the activities that we perform. So it's like reinvesting instead of getting the financing. So that would be our measurable information regarding regarding renewable energy. So what does Amazon think about green hydrogen? I think we are always analyzing different sources of the renewable energy, and we are open. We are a company that is innovative, that we learn along the way. We are not scared of taking risks. So we have that considered as a source within Chile. I'm asking because the President Gabriel Boric's government has a lot of put into green hydrogen. So it's something that has been going on strong in our country, as you made a reference to the state policies. So the time's been passed by flying. So what? Before we finish, there are lots of opportunity. I'm going to give you an opportunity here. There are lots of government representatives here. What would you ask for as an improvement that is going to help you do your work in our country better? So what would you ask for?
The microphone is working, so no sabotage on my microphone. Well, actually, please invest in education. I believe that educating people is the most important factor to grant a bright future to every country, and of course to Chile as well. This is the most important thing that I would ask.
Clarísimo. Marisol.
Very clear. That was a very strong message, very powerful, man. And I would like to talk a little bit about environment as well. I am very happy that I could hear. I have to say that I'm very happy that you identify very clearly the gaps that we have regarding the project evaluation. Looking at the investment, I think nowadays, Julia and Marcos, and I think many of you here have lived the processes of the project evaluation, and you know, in our country, those projects, the processes flow, but some others get stuck. The evaluation of the project can last up to 10 years, and that does not incentivize investment. So I think there is an important point that we need to address, and that is what Minister Grau also mentioned. And that also makes me very happy that we are identifying that we're working on that. There is a very important gap. And the other one that is very relevant is that nowadays, regarding environmental issues, we have lots of norms, lots of strategies, lots of policies about sustainable mining. We have lots of instructions, but we need to bring them down to the ground so they become something that we can achieve, so that these markets and services get activated. Those markets and services that accompany the sustainable development, so it's not just an umbrella of something that is untouchable, and that it's something that we can actually consider some doable actions. Okay. And what would Fabian ask from, so that governments continue talking to the mining companies? They are a great partner of the government. They have a lot of power, lots of influence, lots of capital, and they can change the story of a region. So they have to continue talking to them to make a more sustainable mining and to also provide support for the local communities. So next step, we are going to have Minister of Mining, so you can ask her more things. So finally, Camila, what about Amazon Web Services? I just wanted to start with thanking you for something that we didn't mention about different elements, and it's related to what is the level of support given to the foreign investment. We've been working for 5 years with InvestChile, and I would like to point out and highlight the great work that they do in a way that they accompany the foreign investors in this process. And if I have to ask something, if we are going to continue putting forward the PPPs, then we have to consider the different these activities that we worked with Sense, with the digital work, that are all in charge of the change of the development, digital development, that they help develop people. And these are different programs that are maybe in person or online, and all that. And there are other programs that are the focal points of the public functionaries. They have to understand how the cloud works. We have to get the whole society impermeated with this work, so that whole society can work and looking for the collaboration and the alliances. So Carmina Fernandez, Marison Garrido from SECH Group, and Giulio Bonazzi. It was a great pleasure to have you here. Great applause. And now we have Viviana again. Okay, so let's continue moving forward. Sustainability, inclusion, they are all fundamental topics, and we have to also associate it with quality, and we have to talk about ways and how we can turn them into added value. So, and to think how these companies are adding to that. And I hope that this conversation is going to create a lot of echo and is going to make people understand. So now we prepare for a second panel. So we are going to talk about we're going to talk about how to make economy more dynamic, how to create better public-private alliances. That's very important for every country, so that the country can progress, not just the state, but all the parts of the country. So especially how to help the foreign investment. So we are going to leave you reflecting about that. And now we have a video that is going to bring us closer to this topic. This is the moment to continue growing and going forward, better future for everyone. Chile needs to consolidate its path and to see these challenges that the new times are asking us to do. We have to become a more connected country, full of renewable energy, and that we develop the future mining. In order to progress, our company offers great opportunities that will bring us closer to where we want to go. Let's explore our public portfolio of opportunities. Let's invest in new opportunities with Chile as your partner. Let's build the future together.
Ya. Les recuerdo que estamos en
Let's continue. Remember, it's www.investchile.gov.cl, and you can also send us a tweet and reflect about it and comment what you think about these conversations at InvestChile. And also remember to use the hashtag InvestChileForum. So we can talk about these different topics. As we said how we get the opportunities out of the crisis, but we have to be focused on, for example, environment. But we also have strategic areas like mining, public works, structures, etc., which are all focuses of different investments. So now we have our three ministers installed, and they are here to comment on these new options. So I'm getting Nicolas Pau to start. So the previous panel shared very important messages from important companies that were talking about green hydrogen, companies that were working with mining, and they said that hopefully the government connects more with the mining sector so that they can continue progressing. And the same multinational companies said that we need to strengthen the alliances between public and private sector. And I say, so that's our invitees are Minister of Energy, Diego Pardo. Big applause for him. Then we have the Minister of Mining, Marcela Hernandez. Please welcome her with a round of applause. And then we have Deputy Undersecretary and Minister of Public Works, José Andrés Herrera. Welcome here. So first, let's start with a summary of what do we expect from 2023 in the areas where you are working. Because maybe, if I'm not mistaken, the budget for the next year was, so the fiscal cost was 4.2% higher, which is going to affect some of your areas, which is going to also affect the employment. So I would like to ask the people who are here listening to us, so what are the things that we are going to see? First of all, let's ask Minister of Mining, Marcela Hernandez. So first, I would like to, this is a question that when we are talking about the budget of the Ministry of Mining, it's a very small ministry. It's one of the smallest ministry, and our option is indirectly through the movements that we do to get the investment. So, okay, let's do the question, because we can have self-criticism as well. What is your ministry going to focus most, so that we can focus and give added value to this area? Okay, I have a presentation. I don't know if we could put it now. It's 5 slides, very few. We have some numbers that I would like to point out. The green button is the one that... okay, there it is. There it is. So, first of all, I'm going to insist on something that has been said by all the speakers that were here during the morning regarding how mining is one of the biggest and most important sources of the economy in our country. And within that context, we continue having fundamental importance of the leadership in the industry. This is regardless of, we all know that we have been under many challenges, like change of the laws, then the lower of the production during the COVID, the ore is losing its quality, and we are also how can we incentivize the project Greenfield and other investment in this area? And then also I'm going to insist on something that the President said, which is also important, and that Carla Flores, the Director of InvestChile, said, and the Minister of Economy, and that is how, as a country, we have tools, institutional tools, and legislation that allows us, saying that we continue as safe as always, and that regardless of being in different processes of reforms, neither one of them is putting in danger mining industry, and that is very important point. And also in the previous panel, they talked about dialogue, and they said we need to continue with the dialogue, which is an admission that there is already dialogue in place, and what we're trying to do is to bring those positions closer. So in this aspect, Minister, when we were talking about different tax laws, etc., regarding the dialogue that we have with the industry in this country, what is it like? So,
I'm asked about royalty everywhere I go, and at the end of October, we were just in London, and there was also that feeling in one of the one of the speakers asked when precisely expropriations began in Chile. That's never been a part of the Chilean government program. That's never been a part of the presentations in anything. And none of that was considered for the reforms. So there's an environment that we want to tackle. There's a mood that we want to tackle. We want to reach people with the message of calm and tranquility. One of the things I wanted to highlight, because you asked what were the concerns for next year, and despite there's been a drop in matters of exploration budgets and the exploration budgets, to your right you can find the figures around copper, lithium, and other metals. Between 2020 and 2021, there's been growth, and we are evidently interested in increasing that. And one of the things we have is a portfolio of mining sites. Many of them have exploration data belonging to Codelco or ENAMI, who are waiting or inviting for an investment to approach the country and create partnerships with the state and with the privates for the mining of these deposits, these ore deposits. In matters of exploration, we are one of the main destinations. We contribute with almost 19% worldwide, followed by the US and Australia with 14.1%. The update of the investment portfolio in its 2022 version corresponds to the project that will be materialized between 2022 and 2031, with a total amount of almost $74,000 million, and includes new greenfield projects, 9 of them. 24% of the budget of the portfolio belong to Codelco, and 57% of the big mining, private mining of copper. And I'm interested in highlighting that 100% on the graph is the same percentage of the graph on the right, but on that one you see the projects that are already being developed, that have some sort of execution, and to those you add the ones with high probability, high likelihood of investment, and together they add up to around 59%. So at different stages, you have some with possibilities of investment and others with potential investment. Now, probably Minister Pardo can intervene too regarding what Marisol was telling us about the assessment and the promptness in the evaluation of the projects. You too are leading, well, the sectors where most projects are subscribed or submitted to, and that is Ministry of Mining. How are you working with this? One never says that should lower their standards. You need to raise the standards, but also be accurate, have accurate standards and sustain them in time. But also, you need to be told no fast, right? Promptly. If you're going to be denied a project, at least it should be fast, right? Well, I think there's an important concept that we must all understand, all of us participating in the management of public policies, and that is that the volume of projects submitted has multiplied many times in the past years. And the agencies that are in charge of processing these submittals are more or less the same size still. So there's a deficit. So you need more man-hours in the processing of these submittals, of all of these requests, and that's what we're doing now. Actually, a month or so ago, the program Invierte in Chile was launched, and we launched a fund of about $1 million to reinforce the teams behind the different services that are involved for these permits and the bottlenecks that were detected at the Council of National Monuments, at some directorates of municipal works. And the idea is to work on these bottlenecks, making the existing personnel more robust, but it's important to understand there's something different in the way that we are dealing with this. There have been different agendas to address the problem of permits and licensing, but the big problem that prior agencies have had is that they didn't consider feedback and how to integrate that in the future phases of the cycle for a set of projects, let's say, but you need a systemic view on how to fix a problem that has been gaining complexity because demand increases in licensing and the granting capabilities have been kept the same. So this won't fix all the problems, we are aware of that, but that is a first step, along with a commitment of assessment, of effectiveness assessment to improve things. And that's key, because what we need to know is an answer to a very simple question. Is it just a matter of escalating the number of people involved in the licensing or processing of the permits for determined places, or is it just a flow issue and we need to reorganize the flow? If one takes a look at the recent history in Chile, there's been maybe different approaches. Sometimes we intervene the flow, sometimes we intervene in the number of people, but without a systemic view on how we reorder the public policies. And that was the first step that we took at Invierte por Chile program, acknowledging the problem. We know that it's there. This is the first step. We're going to assess this, and we'll see how this moves forward. Are you aligned in the diagnostic and the way of addressing? I would add actually some other actions, and these are related to a few instruments that the country has been developing in order to arrange a few things. The large companies in our country, both national and international companies, have noticed that one of the ways of skipping in the process is to have public consultation processes in advance. When they are presented at the end of the process, these are the ones bottlenecking the projects. So, in terms of skipping ahead, I think there are elements related to the country's decentralization efforts, responsibility of the regional governors, and I take the chance to greet our regional governor here with us, and that's related to the urban planning. And it's a responsibility indeed of regional governments, but they will determine how the territories are ordained and how are structured, and you can define if projects can be developed or not. But because what is happening now is that companies explore, design the project, and when it's ready and they've spent a huge amount, then they're stuck. But I hope I don't get told off from the Ministry of National Goods, but how long have we had that situation? I don't know if it was a term or two ago. Here's the map. You can install a hydroelectric power plant here and here not. Well, I think I think that's okay, but that is related to decentralization, because it is precisely the governors who best know their own land, their own territory, and regional governments with their instruments who can best plan all of that. Someone who must know the territory very well. Yes, Mr. Minister, yes, there's progress made. And I think it's important to recognize the progress that was made by prior administrations. We are about to finish the month with the development plan in Antofagasta region, something that shows zoning efforts and adds to the normative instrument. We must also progress on the line between Pichurucuy and Entre Rios, and that is a line that had a participatory instance involved. That's more or less clear. There's an important transmission line that's needed. Yes, Lo Aguirre. But you know where the lines are supposed to be going? I'll get into public policies in a minute, Ministry. Don't get upset. I will address very quickly this situation, and then I will delve right into the key aspect. I'm sorry if I put some order into this. First, where are we? We are on the black line there, right? I would just say two main changes have happened in our energy grid. One was triggered by the drought at the end of the 90s, which pushed, in a way, the thermal energy, and there was a bet towards thermal energy there. That bet didn't go well after the crisis with the Argentinian gas. And from that moment, we've seen an increase, a very important increase in renewable energies. Flexible is the quality that we need right now. We've seen an important movement towards variable renewable energies, basically PV panels and wind towers, which had allowed us to move in the structure of our energy grid. But what we need now, if you can tell in the graph, there's an orange area, which is for storage and concentrated solar power, and that is an area almost equal to the coal. So in order to decommission coal-fired power plants, we need the same amount of services that these plants provide, being more flexible and delivering to the system. That flexibility is not given to us. It's not provided by PV panels or wind farms, and that is what we are working on. So, well, I'm going to move fast and answer that question. I don't know why that slide was skipped, but it wasn't correct. But we have nearly 80 tenders for next year, and two are key for what's coming in the process of decarbonization. There's a first tender process for storaging systems that seeks to buffer the frequency in the line transmission. It's about $200 million. And then we have also the first tender for a transmission line between Pichilincuy and Rios. And the difference that it has with Quimailo Aguirre line is that it's a line that the Ministry of Energy studied, where they work on the tracing, different from that Quimailo Aguirre that was based on a draft. This is done over our line work that's much more specific, over which there's already a strategic environmental assessment. Okay, so the work was done beforehand, so that the transmission line project can move forward and it's not trapped or stuck because of new blockages. We are working very strongly so that Quimailo Aguirre meets its term for construction and operations. That's fundamental for the decarbonization plans, but it's slightly different the way we are facing, regulatorily speaking, these two different lines. Yes, it's an electric highway. Now let's speak of more traditional highways. Minister of Public Works, Mr. Herrera, tell us about the plans the government has. We know that for next year's budget, a vast part of the investment, particularly to create employment, comes from Public Works Ministry. And as the representative of Amazon Web Services, the public-private alliance and concessions, there are many of them, and the state cannot work on its own, and they need to work, the state needs to work with the private sector. So please tell us more about the emphasis for next year. Well, first of all, I would like to greet you on behalf of Minister Juan Carlos Garcia, who's currently working on his way to Paris to participate in the Water Forum at UNESCO. Their hydrological resource is one of the main concerns of the Ministry of Public Works, and alongside the infrastructure involving highways via concessions, most of them, but the other ones, the Roads Directorate. I'd like to also echo the words of the other ministers. I was head of InvestChile in the unit of tractions, so I'm very aware of the work, energy, and dedication that it takes to organize an event of this nature. And over that same experience, based on that same experience, I can tell you that I know about a couple of concerns that remain systematically among foreign investors when making decisions. And the first is to tell you that the program and the policy of concessions under the Ministry of Public Works is a state policy, a permanent state policy, and taking the words from the President this morning, it will continue as a constant policy. So I would like to give you some certainty. Since 1991 so far, we have signed 108 contracts equivalent to 27,000 million or $27 billion in investment between year 2022 and 2026. In our portfolio, we have investment around $13 billion and among 45 tender processes with 52 projects involved. More projects will participate in just one tender. For instance, for the improvement of air and port services. So we have a vast tradition of public-private alliances, and this will remain that way, but we want to keep the spirit with some changes. That's what I wanted to ask you about, some improvements. In all relationships, there are conflicts. We have the air and port services involving conflicts between the state and one or more concession companies, and what happened with the construction sector recently. There are improvements being made, and even in the prices that are paid depending on supplies, as we've seen with the inflation difficulties that we're struggling with today. Now, that's what I was going to ask. About the concessions, what improvements are going to be made so that investors feel attracted to put their money here?
What we're doing now is we are looking at the contracts, second-generation contracts. So what has the foreign investment contributed in our investment? So first of all, it has helped us to close the gap of the infrastructure that we used to have in the past. Then it contributes to the productivity, to improve productivity. So our standards on the highways that we have not only improved the times, but they also made them safer. And those are very public data that you can check. And in third place, it helped us to create resources, free the resources of the state so that we can put them into other emergencies that we have, especially in the social issues. So we can say that it is always very convenient to invest into concessions. If I would have to tell you what are the characteristics of these second-generation contracts, the first is there is a special tension between the contracts and the investment, that all the contracts that are being done, that they have a very green component. They have to be careful, they have to take into account the environment, and they have to make sure that they attend to the circular economy. So if we're talking about financing, for all the companies, that ESG component is very relevant. To sign a concession with the state, so the company wants to work with us, they have to have that. So let me first point out some of the things that are very important for us, the relation between the communities and the territories. That's fundamental. And that makes that the attention that we are putting into these contracts, they all have this dimension, and they make these elements very important. So this is highly evaluated and highly valued. And then the other thing that is going to happen is that In general, the contracts had a fixed duration, 20-25 years. But now, if you actually if you actually earn the money from the concession that you're planning to earn, you can leave the concession early. You can leave the contract. So we have these 4 points that are very important and that are going to be leading this project of concessions. But the concessions have many. We also have a lot of different experience with public-private alliances, and we also have to think about this work that the Ministry of Public Works is constantly organizing. You can come to Chile and participate as another country. So if we are talking about that, so the minister, if you have great success with that and you manage to get the earnings that you were expecting, so you could, if you didn't get them, can you extend the contract? Well, that's a good question. Let me tell you, it's a topic that we can discuss, but I can imagine that would be an option. So that would be an option. It's either fixed or you can leave early, but we haven't considered extending it. So, Minister Pardo, so green hydrogen. Have you heard what the Amazon Web Services representative said? There is some of the financing. They said, yeah, why not? There is a green hydrogen is our. So for the foreign companies, this is, and this company, this government also see it as a great option. So how about, so what is happening in your ministry? Yes, exactly. Yes, it's an effort that the previous government started. This was our national strategy for green hydrogen. So it was $5 million, that 5 gigabytes of the capacity, and 20 tons of the capacity. So we decided to continue with this strategy, despite all the difficulties that the energy scenario is now facing. That strategy was presented by the world of the energy that was completely different from what we're facing now, given the war in Ukraine and the fossil fuels. So this really simplifies our transition on long term, but short term makes it much more expensive, much more complicated, that as all the developers were saying, that it's very expensive to import the machinery, etc. So for us, it's very important for the success of Chile in the energy topic, because it's based on the stable policies, but it's a strategy that was planned to generate interest and get the capital. So now that we have that, we need to take a different approach to work on those goals, but how do we make them, how do we turn them into numbers, into employment numbers, how to get them positively, how to actually, at this moment, the challenge that the green hydrogen is proposing is, and I'm going to mention Tocopilla. The Tocopilla area and Baril is an area that has industrial vocation. They used to be the carbon industry area, and now people who work in that area know that it's an operation that needs to end up at one moment due to the contamination, for the price, that electricity that gets created by fossil fuels, and that we don't produce fossil fuels as a country. So we're always dependent on international suppliers. So the idea of the green hydrogen is to give to that area that already has industrial identity, to give an alternative for the future. What's going to happen after the fossil fuels? What's going to happen after the oil, after the coal? So we have to think about the industry that is maintaining its complexity that is being... So I remember 12 years ago when there were first solar plants and people are saying, wow, this is amazing, this technology is awesome. Why aren't we building it? And they were saying, well, banks wanted higher demand. They wanted to get the demand first and then start constructing it. So you cannot first build it and then send the energy. You have to have the energy sold before you start building a plant. So it's changed now. So in your experience, based on Chilean leadership in the solar energy, in the wind energy, is this like... is creating a leverage so that Chile can ask for investment, so that people can say, so that foreign investors can say, we can now bet on Chile and the green hydrogen. Yeah, I think that many international financing companies are working with us because it's an industry that needs some challenges because the demand for the green hydrogen is also depending on how the industrialized countries take a look at it, because most of the industrialized countries have based their industry on the fossil fuels. So, you know, it's sort of like cheating, because they are now getting the carbon footprint increase for the other of the region, but now what we need to do is reinforce the request or demand for the green hydrogen and to get the financial programs that are going to take charge of this volatility, of this constant change. And we as a government are very committed to getting local off-takers of the green hydrogen, because the local off-takers mitigate this program, because we ourselves cannot consume all the green hydrogen that we have as the strategy. We don't have a local market for that amount. But if we get local off-takers who are going to give us a better alternative to the financing of these programs. Exactly. There is Jorge Quiroz, who he says that there are $40 billion of investment in the area of Magallanes. So this is something that they could get a lot in the future. And there is a program that's called Tolerancia Cero, and there is a minute in which you can say whatever you want among us. So I want to hear, what are your options? What would you say? This is your minute to say why should they invest in us. So first of all, the last graphic that I show, on last graph on my presentation said that demand of the copper was used as an example, but we know that precisely that fighting the climatic crisis and our goal of decarbonization is making it more necessary to use our resources that we have, copper, lithium, and many other things that are more intense as we progress in the electromobility, in the renewable non-conventional energy, and in Chile. And these are many years of experience that I have to looking at the mining being at front. They started with the desalination of the water, and when water became critical and became very expensive, and so they did the same when we stopped receiving gas from Argentina, and they immediately started with the decisions of not only by the government of starting the renewable energy, non-conventional energy, but also mining energy, started investing and forming alliances with them. So nowadays we know that the carbon footprint in 58% is related to the energy consumption. So it's a key. And also mining companies are nowadays being allies in this. So I would also like to say that I really loved during the first panel that at least two panelists were talking about tailings, because they were talking about also the solar panels in tailings that was closed many years ago. So now we are starting the a circular economy where we're using a closed mining space to turn it into the energy source. So, and we're talking about, and this was a very, it wasn't large-scale mining, it was middle-scale mining. That's a mining company, I won't mention their name, but they recycle 60% of their water. So mining projects nowadays, I'm going to say, we have they're very rich in the Chilean professionals. They were Chilean professionals who developed techniques to desalinize water. They made it possible that the mining companies that started losing the quality of their ore, and it became very complicated, and now we have the ore of 0.4 grades, and we are still using the ore. So this is becoming much better, and I think that's fantastic. So I think the demand that we have, future demand that we have in the mining, and that we can do the mining that is, under quotes, green, that is sustainable and environmentally friendly. We have to think about that, and those would be great things to invest in our country. So Mr. Herrera, from the Public Works Ministry, I would just like to reinforce the idea that the Ministry of the Public Works, in its concession programs, it continues counting on the public-private alliances to continue developing our infrastructure. And since 1991 to 2002, we have signed many contracts. We have 67 contracts that are still current, and they're all invited to participate in bidding process that are going to bring all these new contracts. And in 2022 to 2026, we are going to have $13 billion to invest in the infrastructure, which is almost half what was invested in between 1992 and 2002. So I think everybody is welcome, and we just want to tell you that these second-generation contracts are going to strengthen the environmental issues, and they are going to also take in consideration the territories and the people who live there. And finally, we have Mr. Diego Parlo. Yesterday in the afternoon, I was at the Acción Energía company, and they had the control center that was checking all the renewable assets in the control area and in the titanium target. And they were talking about their assets all over the world. They were talking in Spain and everywhere else. And in this control center, that was the controller of the operation. He was the first woman controller in our country. And the important part of this chain of value was, it wasn't just that it was located in Chile, but they were also using Chilean engineers who were trained and educated in Chilean universities. So this is very important. What happens here? And this is one needs to ask, why do these things happen in our country? And I think this is going to answer your question. And my conversation with the workers and the owners of the Acciona, it led me to conclusions that this is an institutional country. All countries have issues, and all countries have different difficulties. And regarding energy, we have a lot of difficulties. The price of fossil fuels are very high and is going to get even higher. On a short term, there is a very difficult scenario that we're looking at. So we will have to do a lot of we have to start a lot of discussions and adopt our regulation for these new scenarios. But we have to do it in an institutional way and evidence-based way. So I'm a little bit late for the previous panel, because I was at the Sustainable Chile event where they were talking about different projects, about how to. This is an NGO, sorry, that talks about different options and tells how we can challenge and talk about different options in this natural gas company. And they said, in my way, I think you are wrong in this for this and this reason, and we have to look at these evidence. So these are the things that are produced in our country, and they allow us to, through the institutions and based on evidence, we can be at the same level as the challenges that we are facing now. No country is free of difficulties, but I think we are facing them in the way that it's. But how about with the inflation? And so we heard the data that all these things are going to continue, and the central bank is going to continue with interest rates. So. And then the interest rates are going to start lowering, and so 2024 could be the moment when the Latin America resurges, and that's what we're going to be talking with the next. But first of all, a round of applause for Minister of Mining, Marcelo Hernando, Minister of Energy, Diego Pardo, and Deputy Undersecretary, Minister of Public Works, José Andrés Herrera. So, thank you very much, Nicolas Pearl, and who was in this conversation with the Minister Marcela Hernando, Minister Diego Pardo, and Deputy Undersecretary José Andrés Herrera. And we're talking about different situations and how to bring the investment into our country. We could hear the words of our president and also the experiences of the countries that are already in our country, and we also talk about the local work and how to deal with the territories and how to make a virtuous cycle. But we are also facing a difficult situation, and the economic recovery is asking for a reflection, but talking about making it responsible, robust, and that it's also reaching everyone, every citizen. And this is our challenge. So it would be very important to hear the words of our Minister of Finance, which is right now their interest rate is changing, and we are going to also hear about everything that is happening in our country. So now we are going to listen to the Minister of Economy, Marcelo Marcel, and we are going to Mario Marcel, and we are going to see what are our projections for the 2023. So please, a round of applause for the Minister of Finance, Mario Marcel.
Good afternoon. Thank you, InvestChile, for the invitation to participate in this meeting, in this forum. With InvestChile, we have a long history. I met them in their previous shapes, so to say. And it's a very important institution, particularly in these times in Chile. So we have been signing agreements to reach investors from all over the world. I've brought my presentation in English. I will speak in Spanish, and we tackle then both languages in our audience. But if there are questions, if there's a need to reply in English, I can do that as well. We'll speak about recent developments, challenges, and prospects of the Chilean economy for the long term. There are some things that have been covered in previous panels. So let's start focusing on the macro aspects to say that the Chilean economy, as all economies around the world, has suffered comes and goes, ups and downs in the past years. As with all of them, we suffered a huge drop in 2020 as a result of the COVID-19 economic crisis, the biggest one that I don't see anyone old enough to remember one of the previous ones. So this is a crisis that had special characteristics in terms of one is used to hearing or reading in economy programs or when reading books, because it was an external, non-economic factor which forced to shut down economies abruptly, and it was health reasons. We were coming from a non-strictly economic factor, as it was the upheaval in the social upheaval here in a country that led us to mobility restrictions and crisis. But in 2020, we saw a drop in economy that was similar to others around the world, but with a stronger recovery, unfortunately, of course, along with an overheating of the economy because of the massive withdrawal of funds, pension funds and others. In March 2021, we overcome the situation and exceeded the situation in over 20% in comparison to previous to the crisis, and that involved pressures, inflation pressures that were relevant, as other countries were seeing as well, which forced us from the central bank and then later on with our tax policies to cool down the economy with higher rates, higher interest rates, which began in June 2021. Just now, in the latest monetary policy meeting, it seemed they discussed that this rate increase seemed to be ending now, but that is being reflected both in the domestic demand and in the activity. We have seen an adjustment in the past 3 quarters. We are reaching the 3rd trimester, and very certainly this will happen during the 4th. And in terms of the gross domestic product, this has been moderate, but with adjustments both in the total GDP and in the non-mining GDP. The component of internal demand that has been further adjusted has been private consumption, and then particularly durable consumption, which points out that the economy is adjusting at the very same point where it became disadjusted. We see that durable consumption has reached over 50% in levels prior to the crisis, and that has been more moderate now, but with certainty this past trimester, quarter of the year will be more or less where we were during the 3rd quarter of 2019. As a result of that, the trade sector has been modified the most or adjusted the most. It dropped, but then it came up faster and with systematic growth this past month, as it's shown by the red line on the graph on the right. Now, what's interesting is that adjustment in consumption and economic activity hasn't dragged the rest of the sectors. Of course, some have decelerated in this period. However, the idea is that we see a cycle that becomes deeper as contraction or restraints are moving to other sectors, but in that year that didn't happen. In this year, where we had negative forecast for investment, we will end up having moderate growth. For this year, it was foreseen to see a drop in investment around 3%, and we will end up growing around 3%. So that is reflected mainly in investment on machinery and equipment that has spiked since the first quarter onwards, and that is also reflected in the capital goods imports and in investment on machinery and equipment, also in the comparison with the previous years. In the case of construction and civil works, there's been heterogeneity. We have seen weakness, but instead in investment linked to technology products, we've seen important growth. And I believe that's interesting for the purpose of many of your projects, in the lines that Chile, besides having opportunities opening in matters of energy and the fact that many industries will be using cheaper energy and natural resources, demanding for a global green transition, we are also seeing important progress in digital economy, which is contributing at the same time to making the fall of investment expected for this year more moderate. In terms of the labor market, we've had a steady labor market in this past months. The unemployment rate has been around 18% during 6 consecutive quarters. However, the labor market after the COVID crisis must be looked at from the side of supply and also demand. And we have found that the labor demand has been decreasing and weakening these recent months with what's happening in comparison with what's happening in activity. Now, after the tremendous drop in participation rate, we have seen recovery, but that recovery still places us below the levels prior to the crisis, particularly for women and more specifically for independent or informal employment. We have seen certain inertia or an effect, a long-term effect of the massive withdrawal of women from paid activity, paid labor to take care of their family members, relatives, children. That's under our National Directorate of Labor, but we also see that the alternatives to return to work, many informal labor opportunities are not being as attractive as they should. How this story will end, we don't know, because this phenomenon is happening throughout the world in many other economies. In the case of the United States, surely from the OECD, this has been demonstrated in many countries, but they still do not recover from participation rates in labor prior to the crisis. So that's a phenomenon that will need to be further understood as time goes by. But what I mean is that whoever has not recovered to rates prior to the pandemic does not mean that people will just go back. Workers older than 75 years old, those rates drop the most, and that's the people who have least returned to the labor market. Now we are speaking of annual inflation. We see the history of our inflation for the past 11, 12 years, and how there was a period after of great stability throughout an entire decade. We had this jump, this spike in 2021, which led us to numbers that we hadn't seen for a very long time, and we've ended with a 14.1 peak of inflation observed in August. However, we've had 2 months of drop, 1.4 percentage points. It's an important number. Now, if we see the different components of inflation or the different indicators of inflation inertia, we see that this is not just the result of a price that fell temporarily, but rather a more generalized phenomenon. Actually, if we see indicators of the spread, this is the ratio of the prices that are increasing versus the ones that are falling. We see numbers very close to the historical ones. This is diffusion numbers that, or spread rates that are similar to the ones we had. So we'll continue with decreasing inflation for the next few months during the entire next year, and the forecast of inflation for next year is 24%. That means that we have to have dropped 10 percentage points virtually in 1 year, which is a very significant drop. However, what's interesting is that there's a certain symmetry to what the prior period was, in the sense that the large increase in inflation was due to a set of factors, all of them aiming to a pricing increase, the financial conditions, increase in the prices of raw materials due to the war in Ukraine, costs related to the crisis recovery, increasing transport costs, the type of exchange, and the internal demand. Nowadays, transportation costs are still not hitting us, but at the global level, they have been adjusting. The international prices of food and fuel have also been adjusted downwards. The dollar has fallen a bit. We have internal demand contracting. So all of the factors that pushed us to that spike are now pushing in a downward trend. So you can sort of anticipate an inflation that will drop in the next months, besides the effect of the monetary policy and the fiscal policy. About that, I believe there's data on this slide. Fiscal accounts have seen a dramatic change since 2021 to this year. Last year, Chile had a fiscal policy that was pro-cyclical and very pro-cyclical, probably the most pro-cyclical in the world. When COVID-19 was receding and a series of activities were being reactivated, we injected 35 of our GDP in our economy in fiscal numbers and withdrawal of pension funds. So this escapes from any other prior experience that we can remember. That meant, in the case of fiscal accounts, seeing a deficit of virtually 8% of the GDP, and with that expansion and demand, obviously, we see damage to the current account. Deficit between these twins that are so often discussed in the media will have this deficit. There are other things that have worsened. The Codelco yield, so export of copper has decreased, and the value of copper exports has decreased as well. But in the case of fiscal accounts, we'll have superávit or surplus of 23%, contrasting 2.8% of deficit, which was estimated when the budget for 2021 was presented a little over a year ago. This means that Chile has done a fiscal consolidation, the most significant in the world after Norway, where they always follow oil behavior. Now, it's interesting to do the following comparison. We were just talking about Chilean economy with the liquidity injection with a 35% from August 2020 until the end of 2021. When we look at the fiscal accounts, if we are measuring this in terms of fiscal boost, we have seen a contractive boost around 10% of the GDP. So it's a very unusual fiscal adjustments of this size are very uncommon when you are seeing income and other factors associated to inflation or the dollar changes, given that the surplus is in dollars for Chile, but then with the massive contractions that we suffered in 2021, this is how from 2020 to 2021, we saw external factors that stimulated the demand. This year we've had a fiscal consolidation that has helped monetary policy to stop the demand and lower inflation pressures. With that, we see the trajectory shown on this graph, where it's interesting because since the quarterly figures are so, when the activity moves more or less steady in time, it gives you more or less the same. It doesn't matter if you're looking at semesterly or quarterly figures, but when you are also adding the change of year, what you are looking at is the annual figures will include, as in this case, this different signal to what's happening with the quarterly numbers now. This year, as we said before, we have had activities dropping for several quarters of the year. Out of 7, 3 to 4 were negative figures in comparison with the previous quarter. Now, next year, we'll begin stabilizing activity, and as of that, we'll start recovering activity quarter after quarter. But since this year we started from here on top, well, we will have, as an aggregated figure for the year, a positive number around 2.5%. That's more or less what we're managing right now. And for next year, although for a good part of the year we'll be recovering activity, we will have started from a lower point, which will create a negative number in comparing the start of the year with the year before. So the fact that we're seeing negative numbers for 2023, it does not mean that the recession will worsen. What this means is that we will have cooled sufficiently enough the economy to start from a relatively low point to then start recovering. And that at the same time is reflected in the fact that we'll have numbers of inflation. These are from the previous EPOM. Tomorrow we'll have other numbers, but this show very severe adjustments, around 6.9% for the second quarter to numbers near 4% by the end of the year. This then, 8% for the second quarter and around 4% for the last quarter of the year. That's for market forecast, and the other ones are for the previous EPOM, so I won't quote that as much, given that we'll see an update tomorrow. In terms of inflation control, we're on the right track. Everything is happening the way it should, and also these events are happening in rather less harmful way than what it could have been. The economic adjustment has been more efficient than what one would have expected in the more traditional behavior of the Chilean economy. This adjustment of the demand has been focused on the demand, and then the demand has focused on consumption, and that is what's contributing to inflation lowering. Of course, there's still a long way to cover. Many things could happen. Next year won't be a good year for the global economy. We'll have recession in Europe. We'll have the United States also recovering slowly, and there's much uncertainty about what is happening with China given COVID-19 and the way it's being managed. But this gives us an idea that, bottom line, the most important adjustment in the Chilean economy is what is happening now, and not what will happen in a few more months or next year.
So that was what the market was capturing. So the expectations of the inflation are already going toward a downward trend, and also the central bank is showing the percentage since the September 2021. The expectations of the inflation started increasing over 3% over the central bank's objective goal, but it started slowing down as of June this year. So it lowered a little bit over 0.5%. So if we continue working like this, we're going to have a convergence that is going to show our expectations very soon. So that would be macro, but there are, of course, many other things, many other reforms, the tax reforms, the other reforms, and especially for the long-term plans. But the economy is opening, as the previous panel was mentioning. I'm going to use what has been said previously to move forward faster, but the government has been working on an agenda to strengthen the incentives to invest in Chile. Within those incentives are many things that for some of you might be interesting. The tax reform is considering the development rate. So in order to incentivize the productivity in the companies, there are also benefits that are being created for the franchise that is related to the investment into technology licenses. And also we are created funds of the tax credits, loans that are going to be creating incentives for the larger incentives. Then also there are royalties, mining royalties, that are going to be used to calculate the mining margins. So we are going to have quite a lot of incentives. And pay attention, and also there is regarding the tax law is supposed to be used as of 1st of January onwards. So even if the tax reform is accepted in January, we are still going to be using those incentives, and they are going to be able to be incorporated. And here are there are 28 measures. Some of them are related to the public investment, but also with the private investment. And then we also have including inside the budget the funds to strengthen the movements that are bottleneck for the private investment. For example, the services of the environmental impact and the National Monuments Council. So we are going to use these funds to get more financing for that sector, so they can increase their personnel, improve their systems, so that they can speed up the processes that they are handing out. And we were talking in a previous panel about the concession plan or infrastructure, and I also wanted to talk about the capital market, which is the counterpart of the great amount of money that was handed to the economy. We had to liquidate a certain amount of money that was in pension funds in their withdrawal. So we lost a lot of the money that was those were the assets for the national investors. So this is a cost that is very important for our economy, and capital market debt has been very important for us. It's a great advantage on a macro level because it stabilizes the economy when there is no long-term finance, but it's also micro because it affects the amount of money that is available for the investment. So there is a reform in the finance area, and some of them are being accepted. For example, the fintech law, financial innovation law, it has been accepted, and it will be active as of next year. We also have a project to strengthen the resilience of the financial system and to create a system of the simplified route to make simpler transactions abroad using the Chilean local currency. And we are focusing on the norm of the law of the exchange, and then we are also talking about the Congress that is discussing that issue. But we are also talking about the strengthening of the capital markets because we are going to have pension system new structure. We are going to have the guaranteed pension for everyone. Then we are going to have also the voluntary pillar, and all that is going to be included in the capital markets. In the case of the PGU, we are going to, which is a universal guaranteed base, it's going to be included into the pension system reform. So the government will not need to finance that because that would be finance from the reforms that are being created. And we are also created reforms to increase the rentability, like increase the rent of the pension savings, and also to we are also going to avoid the gaps in the pension system payments. And in regarding the Social Security account, we are going to accumulate the reserves over time, and those funds are going to be invested into capital markets, and it's going to function with its accounts regarding capitalization. So regarding all that, what we're going to see is that once the reform gets accepted, according to the proposals that have been made, we are going to increase, we're going to improve the relation of the assets or pension assets and in the capital markets, so to increase the percentage and in a period of 7 to 10 years. If there was no reform like this, it would take 5 to 10 additional years to get back the assets, the investment assets that were in the pension system. So this will mean that we are going to recover ability to continue with the savings in the local currency and strengthen the local currency. Together with the Ministry of Economy, we've been working on the productivity, and between those we are working on different topics that are related with the administrative regulations, simplification of the processes for the investment projects, and also making it easier for the small and medium-sized companies to receive investment and to improve the public system and to increase the business environment and to create the investment in the investigation, innovation, and development, and to create better labor laws and better conditions for the development of the strategic sector. So in January, we should be able to present all these proposals. Regarding the green economy, with the Ministry of Finance, we have been very active in promoting the green bonuses, ESG bonuses. So we have made our own editions, and we are trying to develop the green taxonomy that is going to help us identify what are the situation with with the private companies. At this moment, 1/3 of the stock of the doubt of the state was emitted with the ESG conditions. So this is a great progress, and we're going to continue progressing in that way. And finally, as you were talking about the climate change and the energy matrix, we cannot underestimate what effect it will have on a Chilean economy. We are going to move from being an economy dependent on fossil fuel importation. We are going to become a self-sufficient economy based on renewable energies and the energies that are dealing with the green hydrogen. And this is going to be a great shift in paradigm for a country like ours, and this is a great opportunity that we have, and we need to have a capacity to use it well, and for that we need to work with the private sector and the investors and create these projects and create projects that complement among themselves. We had some difficulties lately that were related to the industry, energy industry, that is renewable energy and electric transmission. So these situations we have to continue solving, but the speed with which we are changing our energy matrix is extremely high. We are moving to 20% of our matrix, to 20% of the renewable energy, and that's a very we used to depend also to the hydroelectric power, but now we are moving toward 80% of the renewable energy matrix. So this is going to open many opportunities, and because of that, we need to work together, public and private sector. And that's why we have a Green Hydrogen Committee, and we're working together with Corfo, and soon we will be working on a new policy, national policy on lithium. So all that is going to help us to orient clearly the development that we are having in these areas. So I'm going to finish by saying that every other country, we went through a very difficult and complex period, and in our case it also got combined with the political change of very large magnitude, with the social uprising, and expressed through the change of the government in the constitutional process during these days, and I hope that we are going to bring it to an end soon. So we are transitioning in many different areas, but as always after the crisis, we are making also a transition in production and going toward the great energy industry, which is going to be accompanied with the political change. So if we accompany all these changes and complete them in a correct way, we are going to have a great, promising future for our economy, which is going to be different from what was seen in some years ago, but not less promising for the well-being of the country, and to do it in a way that is sustainable and equitable. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much for showing us this cross-section of our country. And I can see you're ready to answer some questions. I can take a few questions. Okay, somebody who would like to make a few questions? Okay, let's start. Okay. Okay, you can hear me. So the first question about the inflation, or it's also related with the public works and also readjusting the contracts. How are you trying to calm down the investors so they don't feel like investing in Chile might get more expensive short term, or it could be less sustainable financially? And from from the environmental point of view, which is not lowering our standards, but at the same time relaxing the permits that we have and licensing. So how are we going to approach that from the costs? So both of these topics are very important, and we can have very important progress in them. Of course, the increase in prices of construction material is a global issue, not just here in Chile, but in relation with the public works and public services. Emerging countries in general tend to dedicate most of their budget to the investment more than a developed country. So for us, it's very important for the construction industry. So we have been working since March, working very intensely on simplifying some procedures and adjusting the contracts so that these costs do not affect so much. So this left to having a very big gap compared to the previous years in the investment matter, but it's becoming more leveled up. So at the end of this year, it shouldn't be exceeding the last years, but we are going to continue in 2023, but we have added some additional measures to incentivize investment in the public sector, and also we prepared some measures to guarantee 10% in the buying the like first home owners, so that they can get accessible loans, and that is being presented in the Congress. This has required a lot of effort, a lot of coordination with different ministries, but I think that this has been a great effort that was worth it. And the second question was about yes. Regarding the licensing and permits, it's not an excess of administration and bureaucracy. It's a part that each country that wants to take care of its investment and processes. So we're not going to lower the quality. What we're doing is issue the process, make processes fast. We have certain processes that are very long, so they have continued becoming even longer, and it has to do with the public sector that is in charge of that, but it also regarding with the dynamics that the projects are sometimes presented greener in order to get more observation from the regulator, and there in the practice when we check them, then they're not like that. So we have already managed to shorten the period for the investment. So I think this is working. So first instances, we have these projects to strengthen the institutions that are going to evaluate the environmental impact, and also environmental ministry is thinking about reforms that are going to be part of the system to have the processes that are going to guarantee convergence in time, so to guarantee the process that is going to focus gradually on the pending issues, on the evaluation of a project instead of checking all the open issues. So together with that, there are also other permits, licenses, other administrative processes that are related to other institutions, and we have to work on them with all these resources that are going to strengthen their personnel. So we have to think what are going to be the adjustments, regulatory adjustments for this process, so that we, without sacrificing the more objective to making making everything more sustainable, that we can at the same time have a process that is more investment friendly. We can't expect investors to be infinitely patient, and very often happens, many of you sure meet with different investors and you meet with them trying to solve these issues, but it's increasingly we have to check the agenda over the productivity and start incorporating some of these adjustments to make these processes more quick. Minister, thank you very much, and thank you for, I know that there are some questions that were pending, but because we are running out of time and we have a lot of afternoon activities, thank you very much. Thank you very much, and especially for your reflection on everything that is happening in our country. Thank you very much, and for all of you who are here, and thank you all present, to the ministers, to the experts, to the President Boric. We are inviting you all to continue with this process and continue talking about different topics that InvestChile is doing, and especially everything that is related to this topic. So have a great afternoon, and thank you for being with us.